I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyetong, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims by when they go through the process, they're asked to pay certain amount of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. I mean, during COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, doing, and then it is dispatched to you, you receive, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
Very, yes, I wouldn't even say relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
Okay. So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean websites?
Yes. They'll give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some
websites?
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work, or you just before, because now I for start dating work.
Na Ghana for start
dating work. Na Ghana for Nigeria, na Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do. Like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira.
Or
10K.
If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what's it go tell client?
I will tell her, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, I they do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I go see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. Or your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They will call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You know, I tell them see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering, okay. Ghanaians naturally we are gullible, okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things, and also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realized that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you, and if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person friend. Once you people are friends, you chat that person. Care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat them love. If you chat them love, you chat them trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that you chat the person, then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had here, we should be anybody, but we go on more, we go do anybody now. If you baby na aba, if you are na, all the Kaswa dina, apesesa. But yeah, we had here. Bonibia any year, and I say so. No, you can't minimum. So you want to plan be home.
I've been for Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside, that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples who come enter now, they are giving problems and all they call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples. They won't 50 and I say there was a time I point my say if you can me say ke begin now I ho kwan na no mu yi om e was second bus stop on ubisa won say we omo kwan ade be no yes ka so ade be no what we nsem bebre o tete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka ye tena ha but e kura ahoto infan say enema ekoso ntemtem e wokuro ni mu but edin akaso ekita no ema sad ni nipa kon no so mbeba abetena kuro ni.
Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, in times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news. It has been in the system, and we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might, fortunately, to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in these activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
Criminals, they may be called, and guilty might be the verdict they get if they stand in a courtroom, but have you ever wondered how and why they do what they do? Imagine being locked in a room with phones or computers 24 hours in a day, but these gadgets are not to be used for your pleasure, instead for work. This is the story of many young Nigerians who come to Ghana to make money through any means possible. Victory, Austin, and Victor are three of these young men.
I met a friend in the company where I work. So his brother is in this Ghana. He was the one, not my friend, that introduced me to that his brother. But before I come to this Ghana, I was not aware that it was fraud I'm coming here to do. He just told me that this kind of job that I'm doing in Nigeria, there is a place in Ghana where I will do it. If I do it, they will pay me higher than what I'm earning here. So I was very happy when I heard the news.
He was asked to pay 50,000 naira for the job, which he did, and he was given a date to move to Ghana. Little did he know that the job he was coming for was different from what he had been told.
I wasn't happy because at first it was not what they told me that I started saying.
What did you see?
At first, they told me that it was a company. It was a company that I'm going to be working under. Then when I came to this Ghana, they first took me inside the house, just in a building, in that house. It was fenced. I wasn't happy at first. I felt one kind. And I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk because there is no one there for me to talk to. I waited till night. I called that his brother, that my friend that gave me the job, that he claimed so. I called him. He told me that, bro, this is how it is so. And anything that I'm seeing there is my job.
His story is quite different from Victory and Victor, who both knew what they were getting themselves into before they moved to Ghana.
I work not call the go where. No, I call the see they give me work. First me will say me I learn the work self. You know we call they give me work again. I don't call they see anything. Me and my friend me get I learn the work now. Me I will see the way the out bless he call they tell me say me enter.
Your friend enter your home?
Yes. We see everywhere.
We bless.
Me bless. Me Yahoo bless he call say me see try it if I feel see it. Na theater.
After struggling to make it in Nigeria without any success, he decided to relocate to Ghana.
I call they do the Bitcoin. The Bitcoins, they call they pay me. Very soon we call cast. You know, call they pay again. You know, let me one call they do. I call even rent herself. When that my friend only me say, since I don't try for me, don't come out. Because he may only me one they do. Money not be coming again. That my friend, my sister, friend, call tell my sister say, in get person, me dey Ghana, yeah. They look for boy. What I be go go. And call tell say, okay, I will go. Which work is the work? Because say no, but you go give me number, make me time. And call to give me that my chairman me dey Ghana, yeah, in number. You understand what I say? Or give me number, call talk. Say, see work me they do China work. Now cause I never do China work before. Now dating work. Yeah, Bitcoin now they do for Nigeria before. Then cause say, okay, man, no worry. Say, This one so I just knew all day. Whether I know what to be QQ, wish out. That's why I don't know there before. See if I come before 3 weeks to 2 months, 1 month if I don't collect money. See when I come. Now waiting tell me.
He packed bag and baggage and moved, but what he was promised wasn't what he got.
As a kind make when I go his house, he lock me put for his house. Yeah, he told me say see the way that they do now. Because our phone now we they use. That time I have to 12 my line break on this country. This Ghana so as God they tell me say see the way that they do now. I go so I say I'll fit one. Me I don't they work and they work. They only use 1 month, 2 months. Money no the come. I call tell me say you know the collect money. Boys may call me for there. They never see collect money. About 5 boys may call me for there.
An entertainer who wanted the fast way up, Victory met some people when he went for a gig and asked them for help. He got their contact and tried several times to reach them, but they blocked him. He then resorted to text and finally got through to them.
The next Monday I started calling, Tuesday I calling. So they say it's wrong number. They don't wanted to help me before. So as the 10 minutes of it, like on Saturday, they called me because I was texting them through SMS. They blocked me on WhatsApp because they are big boys. So I was texting them on WhatsApp. So they go through my texting like they say, like this person will be intelligent and know how to chat with women. So let them just give me a try if they can carry me along. So at the 10 minutes, they put me on call. Hello, is this Victor? I say, yes, I'll be waiting for your call. Okay, come and meet me so and so estate. So I'll be waiting for you there. So that is how I left.
When he went to meet them, they asked if he was willing to move to Ghana with them the following day. But he refused due to his previous experience in the country in 2018. They, however, convinced him to come with them.
They were like convincing me, like, no, don't worry, you are safe. And I'm not like that. I'll give you everything you want to work, this. So I'm not coming to stay for months or a year or so. But according to them, they say they want to rent an apartment for like 2 months to look for money so that December time we'll be going home smiling. So when I saw the settings, I said, okay, let me go for the 2 months. I said, okay, well, as far as you have given me your words, let your words be your words. But according to my phone, it's not good. He said they will change it for me. So I concluded in going with them the next day.
On getting to Ghana, he met 5 other boys and they were sent to another person while the men looked for an apartment for them to stay in.
Get to Ghana 8. So we stopped at Accra Mall. So when we got to Accra Mall, they booked a taxi and took us to the first office. They have not found the apartment. So when we found the apartment, it was night. We can't go daytime so that we don't know that multiple of boys want to enter that place. So we go at night so that they will not know. So we'll get there at night. But the place was like a police station at the junction. They will enter a little bit before the place is East Legan. East Legan is an estate where big people stay. So when we'll get there, so we start running the office work.
Many unsuspecting house owners give their homes out to these criminals without proper checks. The Department of Rent Control has this word of advice for all landlords in the country.
Before a foreigner comes into our country, the person needs a working permit or a residential permit, and that has to be done by the immigration also. But what is interesting is that for now, we are trying to review the 1963 Act. And what we've input in there is that before you give your premises out as a landlord, you need to do a background check of the person you are giving the premises to. So even if the person used the bush to come into the country without passing through our legal entrance and he evade the immigration, before you rent the premises out, you need to check all those things. If you don't check, and we come to realize that you've given your premises to somebody who is coming to do illegal, immoral services, just like fraud and all those things, then you will be liable to answer. So Parliament has given us the assurance. The bill is part of the bill that they promised to pass before they rise for this sitting. So the new law, just as I've mentioned, is going to make sure the landlord do due diligence, make sure he do a clear checks on the person, whether local person like Ghanaian or a foreigner. You need to know what the person is doing, the kind of business activities the person is doing, so that you know about somebody who is coming to do illegal things in our country. So let me rest assured everybody that when that bill is passed, we will make sure that it's implemented to the full.
The sweet words they receive before agreeing to relocate disappear once they arrive in Ghana.
The next day, he called one boy to come and pick us up from the office to the apartment where he rented, where we can work for the 2 months. So one day I was like happy, this is a very beautiful place. I never know I came to kill myself by my hands. So when we get into the house, so we bath, like started talking about how the work will be. Say we will not come down, we'll be upstairs there. So those who their phone is not good, they will be replacing it tomorrow. I said, okay, fine. So the next day, I wanted to swap my phone. My phone was having an issue. So they said we swap it. So I wanted to transfer some important things inside the phone that will be useful for me later. I wanted to pass it to another person's phone so that when they bring my phone, the new one, I will transfer it back. Never know they have booked a cab outside. Oh no, where is the other person? He said, the other person have not brought his phone. I said, I wanted to like explain. So I wanted to transfer. I've not even completed the statement. All I can see is a punch on my nose, blood started coming out. Like give me slap, hit me to the wall. I was like, drag the phone out of my hand, then they left. This is the same cloth I was putting on, like blood stain all over. I went to the bedroom to clean the blood, to spit it out. I was not happy when I saw. These were the same person talking to me kindly, like. So this is what they brought me to Ghana to come and do. I get discouraged.
The bosses of these online fraud rings have very strict rules to follow, and anyone who goes against them has to endure severe punishment. For those who are not fortunate, death could be their end.
I don't know what happened. He ran into one boy, like he beat him mercilessly. Even injured the boy hands and the faces. I was like, God, what kind of place have I come now? I was like, it's not me beat another person, so it's not my concern. What I'm concerned is about the work.
I got one client, local, Senegal, and also this Ghana. They paid me some money. Total as in what they paid me in Naira is 800,000 Naira, close to $1 million. That's what they paid me. So my chairman, he was not aware that I got that kind of money. It was a friend of him that was aware, but we shared it 50-50. So due to some kind of things that are happening in office, the secret leak, and my chairman, he had to punish me because of that. They will lie you down, flog you very very well. They can use PC wire to flog you, and also they can use machetes, because in that place you don't have anyone. Even if you cry from now till tomorrow, nobody will hear you. Like I've said before, the rules there are many. Even if you are, there is no how you'll be perfect. You must fall for it. So the rules are many. Most guys that went to that place in any office that comes out without a mark on their body, that means you didn't stay there up to a week or 2 weeks.
You don't stay there for 1 month, for 3 months. Money no dey come. A friend me get office like other one boys they collect money. Other one go they put on where body see. All those boys, you know the before you know they touch us. So when that one cut it and say boys they collect money, whether you know they feed the talk to us, you know they give us a spirit, maybe we walk. From then on and then your things change. Sometimes all those boys, we all park their car. We all be like Tiri car. We also use all of them. We also say aspirin. We also finish us. Like be aspirin like finishing. They also finish us. They all finish us. Finish. Also maybe because they work. I because me.
Aspirin na the beating.
Na the beating.
Okay, so the term high spirit.
Yeah. Na beating. We all come. We all give us all of us aspirin. We all beat to we all do.
Reason they take beating now?
Also like wire. This all boy wire. That strong wire. This TV wire. So. And they repeat us. Even chairman ever have that small bottle, but when we in Nigeria, we call it bottle ass. Bottle ass. That's small axe. You have to say. That's why.
And they also have a strict routine they follow daily.
They have time to work and time to relax. Like when you go inside, they share, according to all the boys, they share different works to them, what you'll be doing every morning. And office time, we start around 9. At this kind of time, then we end in the evening, 5. They will come outside from the office. Then we will be cooking, we will be washing, doing, we will be sleeping. Then we eat square meal just once a day. So we eat around 9 in the night. Before that, we will go on from 6 to prepare food. We take 8, 9, then we eat again. Then we not even have time to rest. Then we go up again to start coming online again to chat or to start looking for who to talk to. That is how they were running their personal entanglement in the office. And it was very stressful.
Chairman brother, he's not good. He's not a good person.
Okay.
He's very, very God. He's very, very wicked to the extent that he doesn't give boys at the office food. Before you eat 2 days, 3 days, still yet you'll be doing your morning duty and also working.
Why do they choose to relocate to Ghana to commit this crime, you may ask?
So me not call the girl money to the buy so we get the girl. This one I call if I already also Ghana they know the season light, steady light, the steady soap, the network they very good. I take on.
They can't carry Ghanaians now. Like they know it's just we in Nigeria. They carry us here to work based on the free electricity. Everything is current here, so they tell us to come and work here so that the work will be faster here. Because everything we need is being provided here already in Ghana. So that is how they brought us from Nigeria to here to work.
Unable to withstand the harsh conditions any longer, they each planned their escape, uncertain of what the outcome might be.
They had a fight in the office and they bust his head and also used machete to butcher his face here. From this place to this place. It now looks like he has 2 mouths. So some people that the guy was nice to had to pick call, as in had to pick phone, snap the picture of the guy's face when he was lying on the floor and call chairman that he should come to us, he should come online on WhatsApp. Let them show him something. When he came online, they forwarded the pictures to him. He saw it. He got very, very upset. Then he said that everybody at the office should leave the office, else he's going to put everyone in jail, as in give everybody that is inside our office to police. So some people, not some people like me, I had to look for my way one time. But I didn't look for my way that particular minute. I waited till next day. And that next day was the day that police people came to the office. They arrested 28 boys in the office. They took 28 boys with them. So the rest of the boys had to fly fence and run for their lives. Not just that they arrested them, they were beating them, hitting them with stick. They broke some of them, their heads here. Yes, beating them. So that's it. Me, I escaped through fence. So I jumped fence. I had to run for my life. I don't have to wait till I will say the police will put handcuff on my hands before I will know that I had to look for my way. So that's how I escape.
Call lock the door, call go short. And we call say okay, I will call it one. Call follow again one mile, made the day up of silly. That up of silly, so now we call it follow the mile. As we follow the man, we call go inside silly. We look everywhere. Now we call the break all those blocks. Made the thing set all those edge. Call the break and come on before coffee break and after we break and come on. That under so.
Let's coexist, let's respect each other so that we can work together. It's marriage. And so this Christmas, nightclubs, restaurant, pubs, TV station presenters, churches. Most of the time we forget that there's a group in the art industry that perform in the church. Churches, please, we must be deliberate about this. It is intentional. Let the Ghanaian music play. It's about time. Let the Ghanaian music play. Let it ring in your brains. Ghanaian music must play. Let's eat Ghana. Let's wear Ghana. I'm already wearing mine. You can see. Show Ghana any way possible, physical or virtually. If you get the opportunity, your phones, show Ghana to the world. Be proud of your country, irrespective. Other countries are not showing you their weaknesses. Let's not be showing our weakness. Let's show the good side of Ghana throughout. I thank you for your attention. Yeah. Play Ghana. Play Ghana. Play Ghana. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Director, Creative Arts Agency, our distinguished invited guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, on behalf of the Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, management and staff of our ministry, we thank you for this august and memorable visit. I believe this should be a see you again and not goodbye, because this platform is available. And any time, if you would need our collaboration to sell some of these important initiatives, you can always count on us. And I also believe they are saying play Ghana, not just because they are Ghanaians, because Ghanaian music is good music and it is good exports, and it will take all of us, our collective responsibility. So now maybe when I'm making reels on TikTok or Instagram, I have to use Ghanaian music, and that's my own way of promoting it. So we are grateful. We are grateful, and we are mindful of what this can do for the Ghanaian economy, and we will contribute as your advocates or allies. So thank you so much for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
Ghana Web Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest, star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Sweet
heart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Ghana, how much they don't pay. If you finish, they'll give you fatter biscuit to go finish. If the right touch you, I promise you'll go down.
You did joke.
But let me test you and see. You'll go down.
Hello and welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio and today we're coming to you straight from the Bronx Boxing Gym where we're coming to speak with one of the upcoming boxers, that is Abu Kamoku. Just how the name sounds, well, he is the son of the legendary Bukom Banku. Well, he's preparing for his upcoming bout on December 23rd and just as you can see behind me, he is training very, very serious. Abu, Charlie. Hard work. Nice meeting you once again.
Thank you.
I hope everything is good.
Yeah, everything is good.
How are you preparing for the big fight on December 23rd?
Right now, I've prepared almost 3 months ago. So I'm training for the fight.
Yeah. Now, before we go into the fight and all that, let's start with you as a boxer. Now people don't know you.
Yeah.
So can you tell Ghanaians your name and everything? What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Abu Kamoku, aka Ambitious Tilapia, right there, over down. At the same time, the return of Bukom Banku.
The return of Bukom Banku. So just as I said in my intro, he's the son of Bukom Banku. But why the name Ambitious Tilapia? Because your father is Bukom Banku. Why did you choose Ambitious Tilapia?
Yeah, because the family is full of food. That's why my name is Tilapia. Very soon, Shito will come.
Who is Shito?
Very soon, our boy will come.
Yeah. But are you the first son of Bukom Banku?
No.
Which name are you?
I'm the fourth born.
Fourth born?
Yes.
Hey. And are you all boxers or you are the only person?
No, we are three. Three boxers. Mustafa Kamoko and Zachary Kamoko. The rest, they are students.
Okay, yeah. I see. But at what age did you decide that you want to take up boxing seriously?
At what? 10 years ago.
What were you doing back then, 10 years ago?
10 years ago, I was school at the same time going to training to learn boxing. Yeah.
So, when you started boxing, were you just fighting with your colleagues, or you were going to the gym to watch your father, or what were you doing in particular?
That time I was going to school. If I will beat you, I don't joke. I will beat you.
So you were fighting in class or after school, then you meet someone?
Yeah, after school. After school, if I catch, I will beat you. Yes, at the same time, I'll be following my father to the gym. So as for me like this, I've learned a lot from him.
Where did you get to in education? Were you able to complete?
No, I complete SHS.
SHS.
After that, I don't want to proceed again.
Which school?
After that, to senior technical school. At the Voltage.
Okay. Yeah. So back then, were you also engaging in fights in school?
No, I don't fight in school.
How were you keeping up with training?
Training. Every Saturday, we get free time. So we'll be jogging from the mountain to the top. I'll be climbing mountain every Saturday.
You be climbing the Apajatu mountain?
Mountain, yeah.
Oh, you did joke?
Oh, I'm not joking. I'm telling you the serious. I'm not joking, bro.
So, ever since you completed school, which year did you complete?
2022.
That was just last year?
Yes, last year. No.
And you decided to go into boxing?
Yeah, straight.
So how were you able to be discovered, and right now you're at the Bronx Boxing Gym and all that?
Yeah.
How were you able to be discovered? Tell us your boxing journey for yourself. What's your boxing journey?
Me, I want to fight boxing a long time, but my father said we shouldn't fight boxing because he wants all his children to go to school. But me, I get close to him and talk to him that I want to be like him in future, so he should allow me to fight the boxing. That's why I find myself here.
And when you started boxing, have you been able to gain some experience fighting amateur boxing and all that?
Yeah. Amateur boxing. I've been knocking them out. No joke. Right tail, wire down.
When you say right tail, wire down, what does it literally mean?
It means if the right touch you, I promise you'll go down.
You did joke.
But let me test you and see. You go down.
Nah. But to begin with, I first met you at the Bukom Boxing Arena when you were preparing for the Olympic Games.
And they dropped me, man.
Why did they drop you?
I don't know.
You were part of Ghana's national boxing team, amateur boxing team. You were supposed to go to Senegal.
Yeah.
What happened? What was the...
I don't know.
What is you don't know?
I don't know what happened. Me, as for me, I was preparing for the Olympics qualifier at Senegal. But the time this thing came, they dropped me, so I don't know. Whatever happens, I'll give it to God, so I don't know.
But back then, when I met you, you said you had hopes of becoming Ghana's gold medalist at the Olympic Games.
And they dropped me, so I don't get the chance to go. So right now, I'm preparing for all African Games.
You are preparing for all African Games?
Yes.
So you're still part of the national team?
Yeah.
But you've not gone professional full-time?
No.
But what inspired you really to go into boxing?
What inspired me? That's why I said, as I said earlier, I want to follow my father's footsteps. That's why I enter boxing.
Your father's footsteps is not easy to carry.
I know.
African Mayweather, undefeated.
Will you be able I'll be the world Mayweather.
You want to become the Mayweather?
Yes, the Mayweather himself. My father is African, I'll be the world Mayweather.
But since you started boxing, has your father really taught you some lessons? What have you learned from him?
He always give me advice and motivate me to train and to become a world champion in future.
Like what? What are some of the things he teaches you in boxing?
He said, I have to go to jogging, go to train each and every day and train hard.
And when you were starting boxing, were you into street fights, beating people in the community? Because
Bukom there we fight, but I don't beat people like that. I don't beat people like that. But I fight boxing, street fight, I will beat you. Yeah.
So tell us a scenario where you caught up in some fight and you ended up somewhere beating someone's son or someone's brother.
If I beat you, I don't get his boxing. His boss, if you beat me, you go with a win. If I beat you, I'll go with my win. So if I beat you, I don't feel anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, but since you became a boxer, have you met any opponents where you would see that this opponent is very tough and
Oh, no. My team are here. Before you enter me, you have to enter them. Puki Hernandez and Ali and Black and my coach. If you want to pass me, you can't. You have to pass them before you come and beat me. Yes.
But is there any boxer that you are afraid of carrying in Ghana?
In Ghana, no. Ghana, there, no.
You said you want to become like your father. Your father was undefeated.
I know.
You have to go through the ranks of beating Ghanaian boxers, African boxers, before becoming a world champion. By the time you get there, are you sure you can be still undefeated?
Yes. Why?
What is why? How are you going to maneuver your way to get there?
I'm training hard. That's why. I'm training hard, so I believe in myself. I know the spirit inside me. So I'll be undefeated in Ghana to the world.
Probably. I'm sure you are definitely talented because of your father, but the discipline is the issue. Are you a really disciplined boxer?
I'm a disciplined guy. If my coach say this, I do it. I don't exchange words with my coaches.
And have you ever caught yourself in any issue with
my
coach or
No.
Tell us about your coach, Kamoko.
Kamoko.
Yes.
Kamoko is one of the best coaches in Ghana. Nobody.
Did your father just bring you to Kamoko, or you walked up to Kamoko that you want to train in his gym?
Kamoko has trained my father before, that's why I come here.
Okay. What are some of the things he tells you about your father?
My father. He said my father is a good boss. I like coming to train here each and every day. So me to right now I'm following his footsteps.
Okay. So as you were fighting amateur and you're coming out as a boxer, were you able to make money fighting on the streets of Accra?
Ghana, you amateur, they don't pay. If you finish, they'll give you Fanta biscuit to go finish.
What do you mean Fanta and biscuit? You've gone and they've punched your face?
They don't give you anything. Fanta biscuit, you take it to the house and go and drink. Finish.
And that didn't discourage you? You still wanted to become a boxer?
No.
Well, we're taking a short break, and when we return, we're going to talk more about his upcoming fight on December 23rd, and also get to know more about him and his father. Probably his father has told him a number of things that he would like to tell us and more. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafio, and we'll be back after this.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
So you welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio. You're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with Bukom Banku san, Abu Kamoku, aka
Ambitious Tilapia, right there, over down.
Says when he gives you his right fist, you definitely go down. Well, Abu, Charlie, let's talk about your upcoming fight.
Yeah.
December 23rd. Yeah. How are you preparing for that?
So I prepared almost 3 months ago. I'm training hard for the fight.
Now,
so I'm ready.
Tell us about your opponent. What's the name of your opponent?
My opponent is a Nigerian guy.
What's his name?
Yakubu.
Yakubu.
Yeah, and my name is Abu Kamoku. So Ghana and Nigeria.
Ghana versus Nigeria. Banku versus Eba.
Yeah. Banku versus Eba.
It's going to be a tough one, but are you confident in yourself that you are going to beat him?
Round 2 knockout.
Round 2?
I swear.
You are telling the whole Ghana that...
the whole world.
So, often when I was young, anytime your father is going to fight, he always says that Ghanaians should come to the ring early.
Yeah.
Because if they don't come to the arena early, by the time they come, he has finished the fight. So, are you also telling Ghanaians the same thing?
Yes, I'm telling Ghanaians the same thing. Because the speed with my father inside, is someday inside me. So if I say round 2.
But what if Ghanaians come to the boxing arena on the 23rd and you end up losing the fight?
They should carry me to the bush and bend me.
If you don't win the fight, what should we do to you?
Bend me.
But this particular fight is one of the fights that is going to throw you into the limelight for Ghanaians to know you.
Yeah.
What special thing would you like to do so that you'd also be known just like many other boxers we have in Ghana?
Right now, I want to tell Ghanaians, everybody should come and watch the fight. 23rd December, for them to see the spirit inside me that day. So I'm expecting everyone should come and watch me. For them to see that my father has now retired. So they should come and see that the return of Bukom Banku is inside the ring, live.
You made a statement that your father has retired from boxing. Did it come as a surprise to you that your father is going to retire very soon?
Yeah, I know that already.
Like, did he tell you that he's going to retire, so he's giving you his blessings?
Yes. Yeah, he always shared this with me, so I know that already. Long time.
Now, for your upcoming bout, when you told him that you had this particular bout, what did he say in particular? What did Bukom Banku?
He gave me more advice and motivates me every day.
Like what? Every time you say your father has motivated you, like what did he say in particular? That's what I want to know.
He said, go to training every day. I should wake up early in the morning and go to training, run the chain every day. So I'm doing it. So I know that I'll win the fight. Yeah.
The way you are confident, if you go and lose the fight, Ghanaians won't forgive you.
Me, I will lose. Apunto, this fight. Kuku.
But one of your father's biggest fight was against Basti Samuel.
Yeah.
In the lead up to the fight, were you at the stadium for that particular fight?
I was there. But Francis, I came back to him.
Why did you come back home?
No, long story.
Tell us, when the fight was going on and your father was taking the punches, how was the feeling? People were wearing shirts and all that.
Yeah.
And when you realized that your father was going to lose the bout, what did you do?
I just came out from the arena.
And when you came home the next day, the news
people
was
were
everywhere
teasing
that
me at my school. Everywhere I pass, they are teasing me.
But now that you have the chance to redeem his image, if supposing Basti Samel's brother comes up that he wants to fight you, he throws up a challenge against you.
Yeah, Basti Samel brother, I'll fight him.
Shaku Samel.
Yeah, we are all bosses, so I will fight him.
What weight category are you?
Light heavy.
Light heavy.
Yeah.
But what if
light heavy, cruiserweight, heavyweight, I did everywhere.
So if there's a fight that you have to reduce your weight, will you do that?
Oh, I'll do it.
But it's going to be at your own disadvantage if you do that.
I know, but this one, I'm reducing weight.
Okay.
4 kilos. Yeah.
You are reducing weight 4 kilos.
Yes.
That is very, very dangerous.
I know.
Well, it's up to you.
Yeah.
But your father did a lot. He's into boxing, he's into music, he's into comedy and all that. You yourself, are you also doing that?
I'm a musician.
What's your song?
My song, Oda Fesha. I was the one who did it.
Give us an intro. Give us a freestyle.
Awulala Bulu Hio, Oda Fesha. Bulu Hio.
But you have your own proverbs.
My own proverb? No. I'm not creating it. Small Ghanaians will hear my proverbs.
Give us one, just one proverb. Your father would say, a man can never be careful until he wears a white shirt and buys a white car. And blah, blah.
That's why I said I'm now creating my own. Very soon Ghanaians will hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you've given us your song. You've given us your a little bit about you. Now, tell us, coming up as a boxer, who was that particular boxer that you looked up to? Was it Gervonta Davis, Mayweather, Pacquiao?
Tyson Fury.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
What particular about Tyson Fury? Gypsy King.
Yeah.
What particular about him did you?
I like the way he jabs his footwork inside the ring.
And what's your strength as a boxer? What's your core power? Is it your right hook, left hook, or maybe
the right and the left hook?
What if you meet a boxer who is also very strong in that particular weight class?
All of us will die inside the ring. If you don't kill me, I will kill you.
You job. But where do you aspire to take your boxing career to? Because I'm sure definitely you would want to become one of the world champions that we have in Ghana.
Yeah.
What are your goals?
My goals, I want to be at the I want to be at the world level and take world belt to make Ghana proud very soon.
And will you come back to the national team for maybe you to become an Olympic champion?
Yeah, sure. I'll come.
It's not going to be an easy task.
I know, but I'll come back. I promise Ghanaians.
For this particular qualifier that they are going for, the one that they would have to go for the world qualifier, because they went to Senegal and they couldn't qualify.
Yeah, the Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you not part of the team this time?
I don't know. They'll do selection. So if they select me, I'll go there select me. I'll come back.
But they started training. You are not there.
I was there this morning. I was there before you called me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what has Coach Asari told you? Does it look like this time you are going to be part of the fight?
I don't know. If they do the selection, you don't know. They'll go to background and do the selection. I'm not there, so I don't know when I'm part or I'm not part.
And concerning your fight, it is an undercard fight on the Fizzy McBone's main fight.
Yeah.
He is going to fight his opponent that he lost to in Senegal.
Yeah, Konate.
He's your good friend.
Yeah.
Do you think this is a fight that he has a big chance of winning?
Yes, Fizzy will win.
How are you saying that?
Because now Fizzy is learning a lot in Ghana. I aspire Fizzy twice. I think now he's learning. So I think he will beat his opponent.
Knock down or...
Knockdown, yeah, knockdown. Straight knockdown.
Who is that particular person who has been supporting you in your career so far?
Yeah, Niash Tekwe from Norway and Ali and Puki Islanders and Black. As you can see, my team, all of them, they support me.
I thought you were going to mention Mohamed San, because I've been seeing you around him and all that.
So I've been watching you from phone or...
Oh, nah. Because I've been seeing you are part of Seth Jimen's squad, and he's also around you and all.
Okay, then let's come back to that. Okay.
So how has he been supporting you, and plus the others that you have around
I want to thank Shaf Mama for his support and Frazy team and Ali and Black, because Shaf Mama done a lot for me. They support me with T-shirts and some small as you know on time.
But this particular bout, how much are you going to earn from it? The contract, have you seen the contract? 1,000 cedis.
Yeah, Ghana how much they don't pay. So if I'm going to further much, they'll pay me 1,000. I'll collect
1,000 cedis.
Yes.
Or it's more than 1,000.
It's 1,000.
1,000 cedis for this bout.
Yeah, 10 million.
But you hope to get more from this bout?
Yes, I'll get more because I'll give good performance. Big people who dash me on that, you'll see.
For me, my biggest plan for you is to win this particular bout.
I'll win.
The way you're bragging.
Oh, I'm not bragging.
Have you met your opponent recently?
Oh, every day. Even yesterday evening.
What happened? What happened?
Anytime you saw me, give me threats.
That what?
That I will beat me. You need to attend me, I will kill him inside the ring.
But is he a boxer who has fought a lot? Does he have enough experience?
You don't get anything. You take cocoa in the head.
Now, as you wrap up, let's get to know you better. You went to Afaja too. Who is your favorite musician? Who is your favorite musician?
Esther Smith.
Gospel songs. That's what you listen to.
Esther Smith.
What's your favorite food?
My favorite food? Rice.
Ambitious tilapia, you eat rice. You don't eat banku like your father.
I eat, but you say my favorite. Yes. That's why I say rice.
Which rice? Jollof?
All rice. All rice.
Everyday rice?
Yeah, all rice.
And what is your usual preparation for a fight, training? What routine do you go through before you prepare for a fight?
Oh, I'll just be doing sparring, physicals for the fight.
Now, my last question. Looking at the current boxers that we have in the world, which boxer do you hope to fight against? You can get the opportunity.
Jamel Charlo.
From which country?
US.
Yeah. If you get the opportunity right now.
Jamel Charlo. Yeah, I'll fight you. You go down. You go down.
It's been nice talking to you.
Thank you.
So that's Abu Kamoku, the son of Bukom Banku, and he's preparing for his big bout on December 23rd. But we have some of his fans over here, and I would like them to come so that they tell us something small about their good friend Abu Kamoku. Charlie, Ali, make me happy for you.
Everybody.
Ali, your good friend is preparing for his bout on December 23rd. It's a big fight. Are you hoping to see him win this particular bout?
First fight.
So what Ali just said is that whether his opponent goes up or he goes to the heavens or he comes down, definitely Abu Kamoku, ambitious tilapia, is going to definitely beat him. But what if the fight doesn't go your way? Boxing, anything can happen. Injuries and everything. So he says that no matter what, he believes that Abu Kamoku is going to win. Chief, Charlie, what be your name?
Black.
Yeah. Ambitious tilapia, December 23rd. How is the fight going to be?
No long talk. Winning is a must.
So Ghanaians should come in their numbers?
Yeah, they should come.
What if you guys?
Winning is a must. No long talk.
But where do you think he can get to in future? From here?
We are hoping for the best, we are hoping for the best for him to, get to the champs, he should get the world title, all that.
All right. So his friends are hoping that he'll become a world champion, just as he said, and we hope that he'll be able to live up to that expectation. Well, that's our wrap up here on Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafiu. Thanks for doing the watching. See you in the next one. I'm out.
want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712 hash.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we
And there's one thing I'll confess this morning to you again, that I was sitting here and I was smiling. Somebody didn't understand why I was smiling all through. Because I saw the entire commission of the RTI here in the room. They are so together, you don't see them in singles. They are always together, led by the Executive Secretary, Yao Sapong, and also the chairperson, Justice Retired Oforiata. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, shall we please have our host welcome us to this very important function. I call upon the Chief Director of the Ministry of Information, Charlotte Morgan Esiedu. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Thank you. So, Honorable Oboshisai, Kofi Presidential Advisor on Media and Strategic Communications, Honorable Kojo Opon-Krumah, Minister for Information and MP for Ofuase Ayiribi constituency. I hope I got it right today. Right, so Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, Deputy Minister for Information, UNESCO Country Representative, Director of Communications, Office of the Vice President, Senior Advisor, Vice President Secretariat, Chair and members of National Media Commission, Board Chairman and members of RTI Commission, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Head of the Local Government Service, Head of the Civil Service, the Director General SIGA, Chief Executives and members of public institutions, heads of agencies of Ministry of Information, Chief Directors, Directors of heads of agencies of Ministry of Information, RTI Coalition, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, and a very good morning to all of us. It gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to this public forum on the implementation of the Right to Information Act, Act 2019, Act 989. The Act, as we may all be aware, gives substance to the constitutional right to information provided under Article 21, 1F of the Constitution, enabling citizens access to official information held by government. This forum aims to shed light on Ghana's journey in the implementation of the RTI law by bringing together stakeholders to discuss the progress and challenges and opportunities, and also share findings from research carried out on the implementation of the RTI Act 2019 by the Access to Information Division of the ATI Division. We want to, at this time, commend our Honorable Minister of Information for spearheading the planning of this forum and making it a success. I wish to thank our eminent panel members for taking time off their busy schedules to attend this forum, and more importantly, share their knowledge and experiences on the RTI law. Ladies and gentlemen, since the commencement of the RTI law in January 2020, the Ministry of Information, through the Access to Information Division, has been working tirelessly and speedily to put the necessary structures in place so that all public institutions are compliant and ready to respond to any application for information. Thus far, in addition to designated officers, the RTI division has deployed 350 RTI officers across the country to assist public institutions in processing information that may come from the public. It is also important to acknowledge and appreciate the tremendous role that civil society organizations such as the Right to Information Coalition and the Media Foundation for West Africa, among others, have played. Their advocacy roles over the years have contributed to where we are now. I encourage them to support government's effort to enhance access to information. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the forum today. I encourage all of us to participate fully. Once again, let me welcome you to this forum for the implementation of the Right to Information Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 3 years is very short in the life of any activity, organization. If it were a child, how old will it be? But to take a pause, reflect, and to get to improve is a good thing to do. In the 2022 report to Parliament by the Minister, he had announced how in the 2021 they had been able to recruit and deploy 100 assistant information officers. Then in that particular year, 2022, they were able to get as many as 250 extra. Then we heard of the RTI Commission, newly minted, and it began going around the country. By the end of July this year, when they were launching their strategic plan, dubbed Pathway to Good Governance and Accountability, they had already reached out to 12 of the regions, sensitizing people about the RTI. As we speak today, they have completed all of that. We are happy to know that after issuing hefty fines against those errant institutions that don't want to give information that is not exempt, they have been empowered to prosecute. Upon all these achievements, they are still saying we need to sit, reflect, review, and march forward. Ladies and gentlemen, they have not ended there. They have done research to inform what they need to do. Of course, in addition to what you will give them this morning. Let's put our hands together and welcome the Honorable Minister of Information, Kojo Opong Nkrumah, MP of Fuasi.
The President's Advisor on Media and Communications, Madam Oboshi Sai-Kofi, Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, the Chair and members of the Commission of the Right to Information Commission, the Chair and members of the Commission at the National Media Commission, the UNESCO country rep, representatives of the heads of local and civil government services, the Honorable Banda, who I call the midwife of the RTI Act. He was chair of the Constitutional and Legal Committee of Parliament and spearheaded the clause-by-clause enactments of the Act. You're here with us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to start by thanking you for attending upon our invitation to this maiden end-of-year public forum on the implementation of the RTI Act. You may by now be aware that the implementation of the RTI Act is one of our cherished obligations at the Ministry of Information. It is our expectation that in addition to the many steps, as Samson mentioned, that we have taken to make this act serve our democracy well, this annual forum will generate lessons to support effective implementation in the ensuing years. For those who may not be familiar with the subject matter, permit me to first give a quick background to the RTI Act. The journey to pass the Right to Information law in Ghana lasted over 2 decades. The initial draft of the RTI was promoted in 1999 by the Institute of Economic Affairs, the IEA, to lay out the procedures by which persons could access the right to information guaranteed under Article 21(1)(f) of the Constitution 1992. It was not the RTI Act that gave us the right to information. The Constitution is the one that gave us the right to information. The Act was designed to provide the procedure for accessing this right and related matters. It's also worth mentioning that the law grants the public access to information generated and held by public institutions subject to exemptions that are necessary in a democratic society. The enactment of Act 989 in Ghana has been rightly considered as one of the most recent boosts to our democratic credentials as a nation. It sets an unprecedented framework that gives all persons the path to seek and receive non-exempt information held by public institutions which had hitherto remained suppressed in the dusty files of bureaucrats under the garb of official secrecy and confidentiality. As we gather here this morning, we are not just reflecting on any ordinary piece of legislation. We are examining how we have fared in implementing a pivotal stride towards a more accountable and democratic Ghana. The Right to Information Act, born from the collaborative effort of policymakers, civil society, and citizens, signifies our commitment to fostering a culture of transparency and access to information. Now, as my colleague Samson mentioned, in the last quarter of 2022, the Ministry of Information commissioned research to document the processes leading to the passage, implementation, and enforcement of Act 989. The study examined the operational strategies adopted for the smooth implementation of the law, identified the major roles of various stakeholders, and finally, the challenges that we are facing in the implementation of the Act. The primary technique of inquiry was in-depth interviews using a purposive sampling technique. The study also relied on secondary data available in the public institutions that led to the implementation of Act 989. These include letters, roadmap reports, annual reports, training reports, mystery shopping, among others. I shall be referring to some of the findings of this research in my remarks this morning. First, features at introduction and passage stage of the RTI Act in Ghana. And there were two main features that our research identified. A, the unrelenting role of civil society organizations, media, and academia. And B, political will or the lack of it. Now, the first point to note is that the bill itself was crafted by civil society organizations. As I mentioned, the IEA in 1999 led the first drafting of the bill. It took the incessant advocacy, the occasional public protests, and pressure from a sophisticated network of CSOs with a strong interest in transparency and accountability to ensure that despite the dilly-dallying by successive political administrations, the RTI bill did not die. For instance, the RTI coalition embarked on public awareness campaigns, media engagements, lobbying, research and advocacy activities, persisting and modifying its strategies along the way to suit the conditions of each period during the struggle for an effective RTI law. And you'll find this in a publication of the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative of 2019. The coalition also organized a series of news conferences, workshops, and strategic meetings across the country and leveraged the significance of 28th September each year to push the agenda forward. And for those who are not familiar with it, 28th September is a right to know day. The media ensured that presidential candidates were quizzed always about the RTI bill, generating a social contract between them and the people if elected. But despite these, it took over 20 years to have the bill passed into law. It is tried knowledge, colleagues, that without the unrelenting pressure from CSOs, media, and academia, the RTI bill will most likely not have been passed into law. The role of CSOs, academia, and media at this point of implementation is a matter that I hope we will examine today. Let me speak about political will or the lack of it. Political will or the lack of it affected the long journey of the bill in the wilderness. Despite the aforementioned pressure from CSOs, media, and academia, successive political administrations from 1999 appeared reluctant to pass the bill. Indeed, by 2007, when I joined media practice, it was a widely held view that the political class lacked the will to pass the bill. And even if they mustered the will to pass the bill, they would not be able to implement it effectively. So it was refreshing to know that on the instructions of President Akufo-Addo, and true to his campaign commitment, the RTI bill, which had been in and out of Parliament for about 2 decades, was reintroduced to Parliament on Friday, the 23rd of March, 2018. The news reports of that day were keen to mention that the bill had received cabinet approval only the night before, Thursday, 22nd of March. The legislative branch of government in the 7th Parliament also did its due and passed it into law. Similarly, the President never hesitated and then appended his signature to the law within 36 hours after the final act was transmitted to his office. It is the only time the President has signed a bill in public and live on public television. And later we'll examine whether or not enough political will has been shown in implementing the act so far, or some more is required. Our research also looked at the framework for implementation and identified 3 features. One was the deferment clause. Peculiar to the RTI Act is a deferment clause, which means that though it was assented to by the President in 2019, its application had to wait until the ensuing financial year, January 2020. The significant provision meant that the implementation of the law could not commence immediately after the President's assent. The transition period allowed the implementing ministry to put in place institutional arrangements for a smooth takeoff. This section, Section 86, was not in the original draft of the bill that was laid by the Deputy Attorney General Penka on that fateful Friday, but it will later prove to be a masterstroke introduction introduced by Frederick Opare-Ansah, Member of Parliament for Suhum at the time. And Chairman, I'm sure you will recall. It is this Section 86 which afforded the government the opportunity to prepare structures, to budget, and to lay the groundwork for implementation by January 2020 when the law took effect. What I call the Opare-Ansah Amendment, in our view, should become a feature of all future legislation that have significant fiscal implications or require the setting up of institutions before they take effect. Another feature that our research identified was budgeting. Despite the deferment clause that I've just mentioned, the initial budget of 105 million cedis required for the full setup of information units across the over 600 government offices all over the country by January 2020 was not availed. Indeed, 15 million Ghana cedis was released to start the implementation of the Act with a number of information units and the RTI Commission among others, and that affected early implementation. Lessons for the future include the fact that specific sources of finance need to be earmarked for such fiscally demanding legislation to ensure full operation from start date. Nonetheless, we have made major strides in implementation thus far. And the third item under this umbrella that our research identified was the implementing organs. For RTI to be effective in Ghana, 3 organs have to work together to make it happen. 1, supply side organs, which consist of the information officers or the designated information officers within the public institutions to supply the information. 2, the demand side organ, which is the general public or the persons who will request for information, knowing how to go about it. And 3, the regulatory side organ, that is the Right to Information Commission. The interrelation between these organs is facilitated by the sector ministry, the Ministry of Information. No single organ can on its own make RTI work effectively. And I'm happy to note, as has been mentioned, that the Commission works with a unified purpose. They are here today, they'll be on the panel. The ATID division, that also represents many of the information officers and units across the country is here, they'll be on the panel. And practitioners who have also had the opportunity to use the RTI Act, including the Media Foundation for West Africa and academic institutions are also here. They will also be on the panel to give us their feedback to help us improve in subsequent years. Now, let me briefly speak about supply side. Effective implementation of the RTI law in Ghana called for a specific set of activities to be put in place to ensure that delivery could be facilitated. And we started off by conducting a series of consultations with various stakeholders on the implementation. Representatives from institutions including Parliament, the Right to Information Coalition itself, development partners, etc., were invited to help us draw a roadmap to implementation. Chief directors of MMDAs, regional coordinating councils were also engaged to assist in developing a roadmap that will also ensure compliance with the Data Protection Act. A clear roadmap was developed to ensure that by 1st January 2020, we will be ready, resources allowing, to implement. In showing fidelity to the implementation roadmap, the Ministry of Information through the ATI division requested all chief directors and heads of local government and civil service institutions to nominate officers as designated RTI officers and record officers to assist in the implementation of the Act. In addition, the Ministry of Information then later, through the ATID, recruited first 100 and then another batch of 250 information officers to man the information units across public institutions. The Ministry of Information through the ATID has also been engaging in capacity building of information officers to ensure that they can deliver on their obligations. The Ministry through the ATI division, in collaboration with the Office of the Head of Civil Service, successfully included RTI compliance as a key performance indicator for all chief directors in their performance requirements. And today, compliance with the RTI Act is a must for all chief directors at the MDA level. We've proceeded to ensure that same is done at the local government level, so that if an organization and its principals are not complying, they will not be deemed to be performing fully in accordance with their dictates. Now, on the demand side, a lot of work in accordance with Section 1 of the Act has been done to ensure that public education is upped so that demand is in compliance with the Act. The RTI Commission has been leading in a lot of public education campaigns, assisted by civil society and the ATID as well. And speaking of the RTI Commission, let me give some more details about the work they've been doing on the regulatory side. Number one is securing the prosecutorial mandate from the Attorney General of the Republic. In addition to all that they have done, one of the things that we're excited about is that they have secured the executive instrument that is now being conferred on them, giving them prosecutorial powers in accordance with Section 56 of Act 30 and Article 88.4 of the Constitution 1992. This follows the October 2022 inauguration of the Governing Board of the Right to Information Commission, which has since recruited 120 staff and is performing various responsibilities. It serves as a measure to help strengthen enforcement undertaken by the Commission. In accordance with EI 378, the Commission has the power to and has commenced the prosecution of offenses under the RTI Act. They've also been conducting compliance surveys, and for example, in 2022, the surveys of 149 public institutions proved that 51 of the 149 institutions were found to be non-compliant, representing about 34.2% of institutions monitored. The Commission recorded 98 out of the 149 monitored institutions as compliant, representing about 65%. So we are not there yet. There's still a lot more to be done. For the institutions deemed non-compliant, limited knowledge of the Act was identified as a contributing factor. And as I'm sure they would explain today, a lot of work is being done on sensitization within these public institutions. They've also been making determinations of review applications. 95 applications for review were filed with the Commission prior to the end of 2022. 27 of the total applications went through the full process and determinations were made by the Commission. 31 were settled through alternative dispute resolution means, and 27 of the applications remained at different stages of review as at the time we presented the 2022 report to Parliament. Madam Advisor, ladies and gentlemen, I want to speak briefly to some of the early successes in these 3 years of implementation. 1, today we have established nearly 500 information units in public institutions across this country from January 2020, since the law started its full rollout. And that ensures that in at least these public institutions, there is a trained information officer who can respond to information requests as they come. And I think we should give a big round of applause to the Commission and to the ATID for coming this far in these 3 years. Additionally, regular training, sensitization, and capacity enhancement of public institutions has ensured an appreciable level of understanding and compliance even in these early years. Number 3, as at the end of 2022, over 1,000 requests for information had been received across the various public institutions, and the overwhelming majority of them had been granted, showing that the implementation is seeing an uptick. Number 4, public education and sensitization is also on the rise, following several campaigns and public fora by the RTI Commission, the ATID, civil society groups, and other institutions. And it's my expectation that even today's public forum will add to a furtherance of public awareness. Number 5, the quick setup of the RTI Commission and its effectiveness in resolving complaints is a major point of success for us. The political will that was demonstrated in the passage of the Act has been enhanced by our commitment not to shield any public institution or officer who fails to comply. Today, the RTIC has even received, as I mentioned, prosecutorial powers and has commenced prosecution for offenses under the Act, regardless of whose ox is gored. Number 6, the RTI Commission has also set up offices now in Kumasi and Sunyani to ensure that operations reach the middle belt of the country. Earlier this week, I gave instructions for an office to be availed to the Commission in Bolgatanga to set up another of its, what I call, forward operating bases there. And we are looking to open yet another office in Takrady in the medium term to ensure that the Commission has offices all over the country to deliver fully on Act 989. The Access to Information Division of the Information Services Department, in consultation with the RTI Commission, has successfully developed an online records management system, and that's a 7th success for us, which will enable applicants to apply for information online, aid information officers in keeping accurate records, and improve application response times. This unique platform, which has been developed in accordance with Section 18 of the RTI Act, will not only digitize the application process and processing of RTI requests, but will also transform records management across public institutions in the country. The ORMS is expected to be in full operation in 2024. Madam Advisor, permit me briefly to speak to challenges that we are facing. First is the institutional culture of silence and secrecy. The behavioral change challenge affects public institutions' full embrace of the law, as they are used to working within a culture of secrecy. The RTI law is vital in providing legal background for individuals, journalists, students, etc., to exercise their right to access information. However, the challenge of the ignorance of the law, and sometimes in particular the deliberate refusal by public agencies to provide information because they feel it might embarrass them, is leading to difficulties in implementation at some point. And it's because in many places, people still want to treat information on a need-to-know basis. We would like to serve notice, and notice is hereby served, that under Act 989 and in accordance with Article 21(1)(f), information is no longer a matter that people must get access to on a need-to-know basis. It is a right, and a procedure has been provided. Make it available. Another challenge that we are facing is the delay in the passage of the legislative instrument. It's a crucial accompaniment to the Act, and it provides details about the nuances of the Act and facilitates its implementation. Without the LI, certain aspects of the law are still difficult to implement. The absence of the LI has led to some challenges in some areas, as the ambiguities in some parts of the law regarding, for example, the number of days in processing the initial information request, or even the period within which reviews by the Commission should be responded to, are matters that are yet to be sorted out. A lot of work has been done by the Commission, I must say. A lot of stakeholder engagement has taken place, because we would rather take our time and get it right than rush and get it wrong. And we are hopeful that the LI will be laid at the next meeting of Parliament. A third challenge, Madam Advisor, that we have faced is the public records keeping and digitization. Remember, the law deals with information that is available. So where there's poor public record keeping, a lot of public officers can take convenience in saying that the information is simply not available. It has become a challenge in the implementation of the law in some areas. And that is why the ministry, working through the ATID and in consultation with the ITI Commission, is putting in place measures to address this issue using technology. And finally, the challenge of resource constraints. We've still not been able to roll out fully all the information units across all public institutions, and we've still not been able to populate all public institutions with information officers because of the obvious resource constraints. And those are matters that I would not belabor.
Ghana, how much they don't pay. If you finish, they'll give you Fanta biscuit to go finish. If the right tax you, I promise you'll go down.
You did joke.
Boss, let me tell you.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you.
Because of that, you to exercise the authority of Mr. Speaker. He cannot tell us that. The orders provide that you must inform us of the unavoidable absence of the Speaker. There is that automaticity. If the Speaker is unavoidably absent, the first Deputy Speaker who assumes the chair. That is what it is. You don't arrogate to yourself that authority to inform the House that because
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you.
Wow.
You, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one kasa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter.
Today the problem is actually not even the avoidance, the absence of the Speaker. The problem is that you are the leader of government business and it's almost 12:30, and you can't even find that business to do here. So be thinking about getting that business to do at 12:30 rather than being worried about the absence of Mr. Speaker. So take note, Mr. the leader.
I thank you all, leaders. I thank you. Everything is provided for in order 13. So members may apprise themselves so that we don't litigate over this matter. Order 13, 2 and 3 covers this matter. Thank you very much. Now we shall commence. We shall commence with the correction of votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting of the third meeting of Parliament, dated Wednesday, 13 December 2023. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. Yes, Honorable Member for Adenta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item number 4, number 28, Vanderpool Edwin Nilante. He was in the chamber yesterday, but he's been marked absent here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where's he now? I saw him in the chamber. And
yes. So he actually.
We will stand this observation down. Let him come and raise it himself.
Okay. Because he came in here and said he was at the committee.
I saw him drinking coffee at the tea. I saw him there. I drank coffee with him elsewhere in the morning. Now he's back there, so let him to come and raise it. Table office will take note. Item page 9. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Page 9, item 5, recognition of schools. Roman number 2 is University of Ghana Political Science Students Association. And also, they were led by the Vice President of the Political Science Students Association and not Student Representative Council. So if it can be corrected.
Very well. The table office will effect the correction. Page 10. Page 11. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Education, who's been marked absent without permission, he sent some communication through me to the Speaker. Also, MS Sheila Battels, 13, and then Habib Idrisu also sent some application through me to the Speaker. They were outside Accra yesterday, and they sent a communication through me to the Speaker. So they should register as absent with permission. Sheila Battels, Dr. Yao Oseiduchum, and Habib Idrisu. Tono.
Leader, I'm sure you know the rule. If they have filled the forms to be corrected, I think this should. Yes.
Yeah, that is always what I'm saying.
Very well. Page 11. Page 12. 13. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes of proceedings of Wednesday, December 13, 2023 are hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the High Hope School from Adenta. They are led by Mr. Emmanuel Ejapong, the headmaster. There are 80 of them. High Hope School. You're welcome. Your MP is here. He'll buy you drink, don't worry. Thank you for visiting Parliament. You're welcome. Kindly resume your seat. Further, we have two traditional leaders visiting us. The first one is Nana Efria Bebiu, the Dukrum Hema from Efija Kwabre North. Nana, you're welcome. And then we have Nana Osa, the Adonting Hema, also from Efija Kwabre North. Nana, you're welcome to Parliament. I don't see your MPs here, but I'm sure there are other MPs from Efija. They will take care of them, right? Yes. Honourable members, we will proceed with the next item. Did we program to take questions today? It didn't come up at the preceding meeting. But, yes, Leader. Mr. Speaker, let me apply for the order of business to be varied, therefore us to go to public business and deal with item listed as 12.
Is there?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Leader, but just to, Mr. Speaker, on the question so that you don't bring it back, urgent question A is in my name. That question has been overtaken by time. So just to draw the attention of the table office not to schedule it. It can go off. Events have
Very well, the table office will take note and not reschedule that question. At the commencement of public business, item 12.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Let's begin with item 18.
Yes.
Item 18.
Item 18. Very well. Item 18. Motion by the Minister for Youth and Sports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House approve the sum of 195,790,500 5,973 for the service of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In seconding the motion, I urge the table office to capture the report in its entirety, as having been read. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture met and deliberated on the estimates for the Ministry and its agencies. And in our deliberations, Mr. Speaker, we want to commend the Minister and his team for the wonderful job and leadership shown at the Ministry, especially in respect of the preparations for the 13th African Games to be held in March 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Minister informed the committee that all preparations are set and all the facilities required for the Games are in readiness for the Games to take off in March 2024. Mr. Speaker, this particular Games has brought massive sports infrastructure construction and massive sports infrastructure construction in Ghana. The first ever aquaculture and multi-purpose hall for the Games. Mr. Speaker, again, we must commend the Ministry and the team for the efforts, the LOC, for all the preparations in respect of the 13th African Games. We want to also commend the Minister for qualifying for the AFCON Games to be held in Côte d'Ivoire 2024, January. Also, the achievement by the Black Princess, Ghana Black Princesses, who won the and the Black Queen, who won the Wafu Zombie Championship. The Black Starlets winning the 4th UEFA Under-16 Youth Development Tournament. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned of the infrastructure for the Games and after the Games in terms of its usefulness to sports and fiscal development, in terms of earnings, marketing earnings, and all others in relation to the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, agencies such as the Youth Employment, National Youth Authority invested so much in skills towards employability and productivity. They also invested in the youth in agri enterprise support programs, and then training of adolescents and reproductive health, and also they commissioned the 3 youth resource centers in Koforidua, Axim, and Wa. Mr. Speaker, the challenges for this particular ministry relates to the timely release of their funding, and then the timely releases, and also their inability to access funds as and when tournaments come up. And for that matter, the committee observed that they had to rely on the Ministry of Finance for some releases that were not within the budget. And we are asking that in future, the committee recommended to the ministry that they should plan ahead in terms of the sporting tournaments and all other activities that are supposed to be captured within the year. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would want to recommend that this Honourable House approve the budget estimates for the financial year 2024 with allocation of 195,600,000 795,973 Ghana cedis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approve the sum of 195,795,973 Ghana cedis for the service of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I would want to observe the allocations for this year and then the additional releases that the Ministry of Finance had to do in the course of the year. And just suppose that with what is allocated for next year and then the programs and activities that they have outlined to undertake, and then see whether they are not likely to come back to this House again with additional releases, and why should we always go on this course? And so, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the ministry was allocated 395,723,261 Ghana cedis to appropriate, and they have reported additional release to the tune of 77,016,808 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the allocation for 2024 has reduced so significantly to the amount of 195,795,973. And looking at what the ministry has put together being activities for next year, some of which includes the All African Games, and then the games, the AFCON, and several others, including the Olympics Games, and then the qualifiers, and so on and so forth. And I must say, with this 195 million, or what they are allocating for next year, we are likely, definitely likely to see more releases to support the work that they are supposed to do. And so the Ministry of Finance, why do we continue on this tangent? So that at least it will be good, as my chairman indicated, which was an issue discussed at the committee level, that the ministry with its technocrats are able to put together ahead the programs for the ensuing year, and then are able to put together a useful information as to allocations and hence the budget. And so if there should be any variation at all, we believe the media should be able to cater for those variations. The media reviews should be able to cater for that variation, so that we don't see these additional releases and all that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just hope that this 195 million that we are approving for next year will suffice. I'm sure next year by this time, when we are looking at this figures again, we will be seeing additional releases, and we need to take note of that, and then admonish the Ministry of Finance to desist from that, and probably come next year as early now, maybe in the course of the media review, and then give them what is due them in order for them to be able to do what they need to be able to do what we all want the ministry to undertake. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have put up on few facilities for All African Games, and we wanted to know the legacy concept of most of this infrastructure being put together. And clearly, the minister assured us that there's some plan and meetings going on, but then there will be the need for us to know the legacy concept. This is because we are aware that when we hosted the CAN 2008 and of course built all the stadia across the country, immediately after the hosting of the games, we saw how the ministry or the National Sports Authority hasn't been so equipped in terms of the resources and then the personnel and the capacity to be able to manage those facilities properly. And we all are aware and know how those facilities have been left to deteriorate, and which is costing the taxpayers extra money to get them in a very good state. And so there will be the need for us to have, in order not to visit the same situation in the case of these new facilities being built for the hosting of this tournament or event, will not be left idling to deteriorate like the others. So there will be the need for legacy concept, and the minister has assured us that there's some work going on in that direction. I pray he is able to expedite action to the committee for input, so that we all know that at least we are veering away from the old trajectory. Mr. Speaker, the government funded our participation in this FIFA World Cup, and we all know the story. We came back home after the first round, but we are aware or have heard that some transfers have happened in terms of the prize money from FIFA. And it was a matter we discussed or raised at the committee, and the minister has assured us that he will be forthcoming with details of it in terms of liaising with the FA, so that we will see what actually came, so that the reports in the media can be put to a proper perspective. There will be the need for us to understand how much money was actually transferred and how much is coming to the ministry and how the ministry intends spending it to benefit the development of sports, and in particular football, so that we all appreciate where we are headed. Mr. Speaker, there will be the need for the National Sports Authority to be supported, or probably, I think, there will be the need for them to be given the free room to operate in terms of their mandates. They are actually responsible for sport development from talent, hands, and many other. Leader, okay, I'll be fast. Okay, so there will be the need for National Sports Authority to be given all the full, mandates it deserves to be able to deliver on their. And so I will applaud the ministry for the LI that was represented to the House, awaiting maturity after 21 days of sitting, and so that will then give them all the needed powers to be able to do the needful. But they must also move very fast in collaborating with the Ministry of Education, for that matter, Ghanaian Education Service, to bring to fruition the school sports development. There will be that effective collaboration to make sure that the school sports development is realized as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by urging the House to approve the sum of 195,795,973 for the services of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. Yes, Leader, do you want to make a contribution?
Speaker, briefly, if you may indulge me. Speaker, let me commend the committee for a good job, and just a brief comment on the report. Speaker, page 6 of the committee's report, item 5.1.2.4, talks about the draft anti-doping bill. And the report goes ahead to say that as part of preparation for the hosting of the 13th African Games, a draft anti-doping bill is being considered and has been sent to the Attorney General's Department for it to be finalized. I want to urge the Minister to do the needful to ensure that we put finality to this because of its importance in the hosting of this auspicious and important tournament.
We should host to make a good impression of ourselves.
Yes, and we are counting on the Minister to ultimately ensure that Ghana will make a very good impression of itself. It's not just hosting of the tournament. On national sports policy, so that this has been a matter that has engaged citizens of this country in terms of the need for us to have a national sports policy. It's gratifying to know that the ministry has put in motion very good efforts, and I will speak. The draft policy is being forwarded to the National Development Planning Commission, hoping that finality will be put to work for cabinet approval. This I find as a very significant achievement. So not too long ago, I visited the regional capital, the Eastern region, and I was amazed at the extent of work, the resource center that's been built there, and many other parts of this country seeing such important and glamorous sports facility and youth resource centers. I think the minister needs to be supported in this regard, that it has to spread across. Where I grew up, the Volta region, I know and I see my good friend, the Chief Whip staring at me. There's another one very close to his constituency, a youth resource center. If we can have many of these facilities across the nation, it will actually engage the youth of our country, and therefore to put them away from other social vices. So let me commend and urge the House to support the passage, the adoption of this report, and for the amount advertised to be earmarked to the ministry. But to conclude, that, Minister, you will agree with me, these days our Black Stars is becoming a pale shadow of itself. And as we are heading towards another African tournament, senior team tournament, we urge you to do everything and anything, including the changing of our national coach if need be. We can't just go there and just be part of the number of teams. And you've always said that we are 4-time champions. This thing is becoming old-time glory. We want to do something for ourselves. I mean, I know you can do it. Just as you've supervised the construction of these beautiful youth centers, please help and let's get the Black Stars in a good shape. So with these words, I urge the House to support the passage of this report.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I agree that the All-African Games is very, very important and crucial for this country. I also think that it is our aim to win in all the major activities that we participate in. My worry is the release of funds for the team's preparation. Team Ghana needs to prepare adequately. About 15 or less sports could qualify the team to participate in the next Olympic Games in Paris. Mr. Speaker, Every country that hosts any tournament of this magnitude has the intention to win. And if we do not achieve that target, it means the investment, though very, very necessary, will not also ginger our sportsmen and women for future competitions and thereby use their resources judiciously. I also want to talk about the maintenance of our sporting facilities. Yes, Ghana has spent a lot of money. We now have the state-of-the-art facilities for track and field, which means that we can host major IAF competitions. But the worry is, do we have that maintenance culture? Maintenance culture is a problem in this country. We put up facilities in Sekondi. Today, what is the state of the Sekondi sports stadium? What is the state of the Accra sports stadium? And what is the state of the Aliu Muhammad sports stadium? They all need money to put them into good shape to be able to host major football competitions. But as it is, the piecemeal release of funds is not making this stadium to become a profitable venture for the development and promotion of football in the country. I'm, however, worried and disturbed, and I pointed that out to the NSC, that the stadium were constructed to promote sports-related activities. A short while ago, the Accra Sports Stadium was earmarked for concert. And I want to know whether that is part of the mandate of the NSC. NSA, by their structure, are supposed to develop and promote sports. But they have chosen to deny Accra House of Folk the use of that venue for that crucial match against Asante Kotoko. Both teams have lost revenue as a result of not allowing us to play on their traditional home grounds, but move the match to Kumasi. And because Kotoko were not the host team, attendance was not as good as it should have been if it were at the Accra Sports Stadium. So I want to advise the minister to ensure that such practices by the NSC, by relegating sports-related activities to the background and giving the facility for the promotion of other unrelated activities for the purpose for which the stadium has been put up. The other issue that is of major concern, which has been amply mentioned by my ranking member, is the use of the sports college and the allocation of funds for that sector. The sports college is at ground zero. The objective and purpose for the construction of that facility has been grossly abused. They are no longer running technical courses, which is the reason why that sports college was established. The sports college was established in line with sports colleges as obtained in the advanced country, so that various levels of coaches will be trained and certificated before they can coach any club in the country, either in football, track and field, handball, basketball, you name them. Today, the college is lying there. They have nothing to show, except on a few occasions, some clubs go to rent a place for their camping and so on. At its peak, the national team of Gambia brought their youth team at the sports college for well over 6 months, and they were trained by Coach Osam Dodu, the late Coach Osam Dodu, and that is what has transformed the Gambia national team to a very high standard as it is today. Others traveling to other neighboring countries from Côte d'Ivoire always felt that the safest place to camp and to train was the sports college. Today, that is not the case. So, while supporting the approval of the budget, I want this House to consider, when they come in the mid-year with another budget, to give them the necessary funding to upgrade the facilities at the sports college. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the cost of hosting the All-African Games will erode the budget of the NSC, of the ministry. The cost of hosting it will erode the budget of the NSC. And that will require additional funding. So since we have several African countries coming and international bodies who will be participating at the Games, Mr. Speaker, this House must consider that the NSA, the ministry itself, the LOC, and all bodies concerned will need extra funding when we come to discuss their budget at the mid-year review budget session. On this note, I ask that this House approves the ministry's budget of 195,793,973 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you want to conclude?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Committee of the Youth, Sports and Culture. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also assure the entire House that the country is prepared. We are in the final stage of our preparation of hosting the entire African continent here, comes March 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have provided currently the biggest aquatic center in Africa with a 10-lane competition pool, 8-lane warm-up pool. We have also constructed a multi-purpose hall, a 1,000-seater multi-purpose hall, which will be taken for the other indoor games like basketball, boxing. Mr. Speaker, we are constructing currently, and the contractors are just about to hand over this month, a 5-tennis court, one of them covered with 1,000-seater capacity. Also, a multi-purpose dome has been constructed. The University of Ghana Sports Stadium, which started in 2007, currently has been reconfigured and is just at the final stage of completion. Mr. Speaker, what is important in these facilities that we are providing, all these facilities are to meet the international standard that will allow us to host the games, and also even beyond the games, we can host any championship, whether athletics, because we have asked the contractors and the federations to ensure that all these facilities are satisfied by the international bodies. So the company currently installing the tracks, Mundo, is the world's #1 company when it comes to athletics tracks. And that's the company currently installing the Mundo tracks at both the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, optimal sports facilities that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, Again, the youth resource centers, the 10 youth resource centers we started, 6 of them currently are all ready for commissioning. On the 28th of this month, His Excellency the President of the Republic will be going to Kufodia to commission the Kufodia Sports Stadium. And also, at the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker, we are ensuring that we provide sports facilities for the grassroots for sports development. And almost 154 AstroTurfs facilities have been constructed across the country. Mr. Speaker, also at the youth front, the National Youth Authority have also engaged, roll out the National Volunteer Program, which is also engaging a lot of youth at the various communities. We have also the STEP program, almost 657 youth have been engaged in training in cosmetology, fashion and design, and also ICT training. All this is to empower the youth at the grassroots on digital literacy at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, with this massive work that we are doing, we can only ask this Honorable Arts House to support us by approving this budget so that we can finish our preparation in hosting the entire African continent. We are expecting over 5,000 athletes, 3,000 officials, volunteers, 2,000 volunteers, and spectators in thousands. In terms of online and global viewing, we are expecting more than 5 billion because we are partnering with the Olympic Channel as one of the media partners that will be broadcasting the sporting facilities. 30 sporting disciplines, Mr. Speaker, will be competed for. 8 of them will be Olympic qualifiers. So all the athletes have to come to Ghana to qualify in the 8 sporting disciplines. The rest, 7 of them are just demonstration sports, and it will also help in boosting the local economy of this country. As part of the legacies, Mr. Speaker, we are leveraging on this to position Accra as a sports hub and making sure that we are also in talks with the AU, the owners of the games, to declare Accra as the 2024 African Sports City, where we will engage various federations to organize more sporting events beyond the games. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity and the support throughout this period to ensure that we have gotten to where we are. We are grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favour of the House adopting the report. Say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The report of the Committee on Sports is adopted. The House has approved the sum of 195,795,973 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes.
Speaker, may we go on to page 14 and we take in item 23 on page 14.
14.
Yes, Speaker. Page 14, item 23.
Very well. Item 23. Motion by the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, may I ask permission to make an amendment to the figure that you see on item 23, which reads 71,008,416, which is not what the ministry presented to your committee. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the committee's report, if I get the permission, then we can make the amendment before I move the motion. the figure that was put before your committee and which the committee has prepared its report on is 111,008,416 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission to make such amendment on the item 23.
Yes, please. Permission granted. Please effect the amendment before you move the motion. Yes.
So Mr. Speaker, with your permission, then I can move the motion on item number 23, that this Honorable House approve the sum of 111,008,416 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Somebody's mic is on there, over there. Who is there? Yes. Yes, Honorable Member for.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister moved, he sought permission to move for an amendment. And I thought that he would have moved for the amendment to be accepted before the substantive motion is moved, so that we approve the figure as amended before it is then moved for the motion is moved for approval by the House. As a matter of procedure, I think that that is the right thing to do.
The amendment is not by motion. It's a correction of the order paper before he moves the motion. Right? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee on Youth, Sports and Culture met, and Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and urge this Honourable House to approve the amount of 111,008,416 Ghana cedis for the financial year ending 2024. In seconding the motion, Mr. Speaker, I want to make two quick observations relating to the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is a very important ministry. Its activities cut across so many sectors, and it's the committee's observation that their funding challenges must be tackled with all seriousness and alacrity. It is the committee's recommendation that the ministry is viewed within the national security architecture in terms of its activities in relation to conflict resolution and disputes, especially in relation to both religious and land issues. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the committee visited the ministry's offices and realized that their accommodation is so inadequate for their activities. And we hope that these releases will help in its efforts to build new facilities for their activities. Mr. Speaker, the religious aspect of their activities mean that they will need spontaneous responses to a lot of their requests. And that is why we are recommending that some portion of, for instance, the tourism levy is allocated to the ministry for their activities, because within the structure of tourism, a lot of activities are related to chieftaincy and the cultural activities relating to our local or traditional governance structures. And for that matter, the committee recommended that part of the tourism levy, if possible, is allocated to the ministry for their activities. We are looking at also a chieftaincy fund for them to use for their the kind of activities that spring up within their sector, especially dispute resolution and other issues that are not usually planned for. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would want to recommend that the amount is approved for the financial year ending 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approved the sum of 71,008,416 Ghana cedis for the service of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, as it's already alluded to, the work of the ministry is so paramount and important to the extent that the stability we currently enjoy can be attributed to the role of our traditional authorities in their various units in resolving conflicts that transcend various areas, chieftaincy as well, land disputes, family matters, and so on and so forth. And so, Mr. Speaker, their work is such an important one that, in fact, the national security of this country can equally rest on their shoulders to really govern this country and make sure we are all safe and all that. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has a lot of challenges. In dispute resolution. And I'm happy to see the effort by the ministry to amend the law or sections of the law. We cannot discount the role of our queen mothers in conflict resolution. But where our queen mothers are involved, I think we can be sure that you will have a long-lasting solution to a lot of disputes. Because then look at what then the entire society and the generality of the entire country is governed smoothly and in peace. And so the amendment being proposed, and I'm sure you will be presenting eventually after cabinet to this house, should include a thorough engagement with our queen mothers to know what is really happening to them and what they think should be looked at, so that they are also given a fair place in the Committee of Chieftaincy and Traditional Rulership. Mr. Speaker, I must say that our judicial committees at the various House of Chiefs are also facing challenges, because currently we know anytime one panel member is absent, nothing goes on, because arriving at decisions becomes very difficult. And that will require a constitutional amendment as well as some amendment given to the law as well. So I'll urge the minister to look at both, so that we can expand the number from 3 to 5 to enable a quick dispatch of matters before them. If you go and take a full audit of some of the cases before them, you will notice that some are pending over 5 years, some are 6 years, some are 8 years old, and so on. It's as if, a delayed justice is equal to justice denied, in a way. And when it happens in a vacuum like that, it fosters all kinds of problems and all kinds of issues, and that again smarts some conflicts and all that. There are a lot of conflicts simply because of delayed, adjudication on matters before the Judicial Committee. So there will be the need to look at that and then help in resolving that. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a ministry that must be taken serious and should be supported. I always say that culture is the ingredient or DNA of tourism. In fact, every area you visit, the sight and sound, the food and everything is just a story about the way the people live and the people they. And so the culture aspect of our life is so key
which then tells our unique identity. And so people travel from far to just go and watch and see how we live and how we do our thing, and how great men and women of our old really did their thing for people to come and learn from. And so there will be the need, and the committee called for one thing, that the tourism levy, portion of it, to an extent we should be advocating that be given to the culture, to be given to the Ministry of Chieftaincy, in order for them to be able to do their work, because it's very important. They need it so that they will be able to do what is needed. I'm happy to hear that you are working on the kind of religious policy for the country. There's a need for us to start looking at that, and it's a very good step in that direction. And so the ministry, the Speaker, so far, well, except that it's a desert, and therefore that needs to be supported with resources to enable them achieve their aim. Succession to schools and schemes is one area. Research into them. Sometimes the choice you make at the ministry of where to go and carry out these activities needs to be, devoid of a semblance of choosing some places over others. There should be the way you should spread equally across the country, so that you'll be seeing really doing what is needed, representatively across the entire country. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that I urge this House to approve the sum of 71,008,416 Ghana cedis for the ministry for the financial year December.
The figure is correct, 800 million, not 8. The figure.
It's been corrected.
The report. The last question.
Well, urge the House to approve the sum as contained in the report for our operation in for the financial year 31st December 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this opportunity given to me is truly appreciated, and mainly because this is a sector that has culture. My umbilical cord was cut there. Youth can be found in culture, they can be found in the tourism sector, they can be found in the sports sector, and indeed, even in the religious sector. The potential that this sector has is very, very huge if we manage it properly. And so I'm going to speak in favor of accepting this document and appeal that the resources being sought by the ministry be granted to them. However, I just want to appeal that there's need for us to look at the low-hanging fruits and tap into them. I recall that many years ago, Mr. Shibomens of blessed memory clothed the Black Stars in kente smokes, signifying an identity which is marketable on the international platform. If you see the Americans and their sports, they would have an icon in the music sector come and sing either their national anthem or one such song before they start playing football or soccer or whatever it is. I rarely see the marriage between the sports sector and the culture sector, and that's worrying. What we can do is to use those platforms that sports has on the continent and globally to promote the same culture and tourism that we want to benefit from as a sector. you want to benefit from the 1% tourism levy, you have to contribute to the platforms that increase visibility for the country, so more returns can come and you can come and share in the fruits of that enterprise. Mr. Speaker, I come from Katu South, where Nogoko is found. And this is a place where people come just to see where Nogoko is. I want to urge the ministry that they pay attention to other such places in the country. Akonedi is there, Nogoko is there, I think it's Tigari or so. These places are potentially areas where you can find tourism direction, but you have to promote that. You have to work in tandem with the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, Arts and Culture, so that we can benefit more than we are doing. I think working in silos and in our own spaces without seeking to collaborate with like-minded agency is what is making it difficult for us to achieve the maximum revenue that we seek to get to develop our sector. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to support the ministry, and I thank you for the opportunity to contribute. Thank you.
Very well. Before we come to the minister, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During our engagement with the ministry, we identified other traditional authorities. The case of the Queen Mothers, their role in the traditional setting, the role of the Ebusiapenyi, to be considered through a thorough research work and how they can be integrated into the traditional system. Then, in northern Ghana in particular, we have chiefs and landowners. In my jurisdiction, the landowners are the Tindanas, and the chiefs play the traditional role as required by law. So in order to harmonize the relationship and to integrate all those who are in the periphery to support the Chieftaincy Secretariat, we recommended to the Ministry of Chieftaincy that when carving the new law, they should look at how best these areas that I've mentioned, the institutions, can be factored into the new law. Mr. Speaker, the monies that we give to them or allocate to them is woefully inadequate. They are not able to employ or engage more research officers to support the work of the ministry. The ministry has a lot to do so far as our nation is concerned. Their activities promote the work of the security agencies and to ensure peace in their area of jurisdiction. I would suggest also that in critical situations, the Ministry of National Security should be able to support the Chieftaincy Ministry to facilitate some of the issues that arise out of chieftaincy conflict. At the same time, the religious bodies are very critical and well respected in this nation. But it is only when things have gone haywire that we remember to rope them into such peace-building efforts. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I urge this House to approve entirely their budget and to consider them for more allocations in subsequent budgets that they will present. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank honorable members for the contribution to the debate. And Mr. Speaker, as your committee chairman said, there's a lot that the ministry needs resources to do. And the appeal to get the tourism levy, for instance, as a contributor would be very helpful, and others. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I ask for the approval of the motion number 23. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the House adopting the motion. Say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has approved the sum of 111,860,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes, I'm waiting for you, Leader.
Speaker, page 16. Item 36.
Very well. Item 36, the motion. Minister for Transport.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to move item 36 on today's order. But Mr. Speaker, before I do so, I would like to seek your leave to amend the figure as it appears in today's order paper. Today's order paper, Mr. Speaker, is 550 million.
Sorry.
But the Ministry of Finance, upon further discussion with the Ministry, has revised the figure to 800 million. 32,705 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, you have a letter.
Let's be clear with the correction. We are changing 550 to 800.
Yes, sir.
The rest will remain the same. Is that right?
Yes. It's additional commitment for the ministry.
Very well. Is there any issue that I must know of?
Speaker, let's proceed.
Very well. So the motion is in respect of 800 million, 32,705 Ghana cedis. Is that right?
Look. Honourable Speaker, I will humbly request that they get few minutes with the leadership to consult on this very report before we can continue.
The leadership of who? The House?
The minister and the committee members and the leadership. It looks like there's some change in numbers. We want to be sure that those were discussed at the committee. If it was not discussed at the committee, we need to agree on the way forward, please. So step that down for, if you can step that down for a few minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
At the committee meeting and at the report that we presented to the committee, we drew the attention of the committee to these changes. And we tendered in the letter from the Ministry of Mr. Speaker. These changes have come about because if we look at the Ministry of Transport,
your activities.
Some of them are funded by donor agencies. And last year we could not do anything because of this debt restructuring finance. I'm sure the ministry had a discussion with the donor partners and they had agreed
that those that should be paid. That is why the figure has been revised from 550 to 850. And we have tendered in a letter from Ministry of Finance. We did so at a committee meeting. So I'm surprised the resentment coming from the other side.
Honourable Speaker, so are you saying that that letter was presented to the committee?
Yes, yes, it was. It was. It was. Can we go and put a figure?
Honorable Ejie Mensah, let me hear you.
Speaker, honorably, I never cited any letter like that. And so, if he's barring it at this time, I think that is inappropriate. Thank you.
Yes.
There's no problem. In this house, we've always agreed to disagree. There's no issue. Speaker, we will stand that down temporarily and proceed to page 11. Page 11 and take item 11. And I'll urge the chair of the committee and the ranking to communicate and do the needful. Speaker, we may proceed.
Leader.
Speaker, I have listened to the ranking member.
Honorable Leader, wait. Honorable Tete, not only are you disturbing, you cross the base without bowing on so many occasions.
Speaker, I said I listened to the ranking member on the committee on roads and transport, and he's saying that he's not cited the letter that the minister and indeed the chairman are talking about. What he has not told this house is that he's not aware of the change in the figure, which is different. He may be aware of the change, but he may not have seen the letter. And it's important, as a ranking member, that he communicates with the chairman. So, Mr. Speaker, as the Chief Whip has said, let's give them some time to confer over the matter and deal with the other matter before us, like the instrument on the narcotics. The instrument on the narcotics, get it out of the way, and then we'll come back to that.
He has requested that we stand it down, so I'm standing it down and proceeding to him. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there are no issues really, Mr. Speaker. The only challenge is that colleagues on this side, the minister did the right thing by trying to amend what is in the motion. But the truth is that the details are not known that much to our side. So it's not about anybody trying. I mean, the transport minister is a friend of the house. He's one of those people who has always been here. So it's not about stopping anything. We just need to do the right thing. If you move a motion for 500 million, it's now 800 million. It's a big deal. Even the details of the additional 300 million needed to be known. So we are not actually trying to stop anything. So, Mr. Speaker, within a few minutes, I think we can resolve it and get back to it. So, as the leader directed, let's
very well. The report reflects this change. Page 10 of the report, item 8. It's all recorded. So, but I'll stand that down, go and come back and confirm what to do. Honorable Minister, we've stood your motion down. We'll call you back. Is that we should deal with the next one, item 11, right?
Yes, Speaker, we're moving on to page 11. Page 11 and take item 11.
Very well. Item 11. By the chairman of the committee on subsidiary legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Narcotics Control Commission Cultivation and Management of Cannabis Regulations 2023. Mr. Speaker, the regulations Mr. Speaker, the regulations were laid in accordance with Article 11(7)(a) of the Constitution by the Minister responsible for the Interior, the Honorable Ambrose Dere, on November 9, 2023. And Right Honorable Speaker referred the regulations to the Committee for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, the committee had the privilege of holding a pre-laying consideration with the Minister and technical staff of the Ministry, as well as lawyers from the Attorney General's Department. At that meeting, members were briefed extensively on the regulations and their purpose, and we made extensive revisions of the regulations before they were finalized and sent to the drafting division. Mr. Speaker, upon referral, the committee reviewed and considered the final version of the regulations. The committee was guided in its deliberations by the Constitution, the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020, Act 1019, and the standing orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, your committee came to the conclusion that the regulations do not contravene the Constitution and they are not ultra vires the powers conferred on the Minister under Section 112, subsection 3, paragraph B of the Narcotics Control Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, in terms of background, cannabis, that is the substance or the plant sought to be regulated, has a long history in Ghana, with evidence suggesting its cultivation and use dating back centuries. Historically, cannabis was often woven into the fabric of traditional practices. It was grown for various purposes, including medicinal, spiritual, and cultural purposes. And Mr. Speaker will remember fondly the famous case of Nyamneba and others. That is so, Mr. Speaker. You remember your first year law, faculty of law, criminal law. Mr. Speaker, that was the case.
Our lecturer then, Professor Kamoko, loved the name and he romanticized it.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. So, talking about the spiritual uses, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the liberty of reading part of what was stated in the case of Nyamneba and others versus the state. In that case, the fifth appellant gave evidence as follows regarding the spiritual use of what they call the herb of life. Mr. Speaker, he said, I am a farmer, I'm quoting, I live in Princess Town. My leaves are leaves of life. I smoke the leaves which give me wisdom, understanding, and strength, so that I do not do after some other people's lives. I don't steal. I don't lead a bad life. I don't give false evidence against others. I am able to conform to the 10 Commandments. When I smoke, I preach the gospel, and others do that, and to others, so that they lead good lives. When I smoke the leaves, I don't drink. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 9, the leaves are referred to. End of quote. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is just to emphasize the spiritual use of cannabis in this country. Mr. Speaker, in the 20th century, Ghana, like many other countries, implemented strict regulations on cannabis due to international pressure and changing attitudes towards the plant. The cultivation became illegal with intermittent periods of stricter enforcement under various governments. Despite regulatory measures against the cultivation and use of cannabis, its cultivation and use for various purposes, including recreational use, went underground and law enforcement became problematic. In recent times, Mr. Speaker, there has been a global shift in attitudes towards cannabis, with some countries reconsidering their policies, that is their regulatory policies, including a shift towards medicinal and recreational legalization of the plant. Mr. Speaker, the global shift and increasing realization of the benefits of cannabis cultivation for industrial and medicinal purposes was reflected in the passage of the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020 at 1019. This House, after deep consideration and deliberation, voted to pass the Act with a provision to legalize the cultivation and use of cannabis for industrial and medicinal purposes. The Act mandated the Minister, on the recommendation of the Board, to make regulations by legislative instrument to give effect to or to enable effect to be given to the Act within 12 months after the coming into force of the Act. This regulatory milestone is expected to pave the way for the development of a well-regulated cannabis industry in Ghana, ensuring its cultivation and usage to an adherence to strict guidelines and quality standards. Mr. Speaker, the smooth passage of the instrument into law was truncated as a result of the declaration of the Supreme Court in the case of Izuame Manan versus the Attorney General and the Speaker of Parliament, suit numbered J1/11/2021, which declared Section 43 of the Narcotics Control Commission Act unconstitutional. To remedy the situation, the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 was passed into law by Parliament to empower the Minister to grant licenses for cannabis cultivation within the country. The committee knows that with the coming into effect of the legislation, Ghana takes a significant step towards harnessing the potential industrial and medicinal benefits of cannabis cultivation, such as the production of fiber, seed, medicine and medicine in a regulated manner. Mr. Speaker, your committee decided to conduct its own independent research into the regulatory purposes of the regulations as laid, and we made the following findings. Mr. Speaker, studies conducted by UNCTAD, that is the United Nations Commission on International Trade and Development, indicate that the industrial hemp has potential benefits to countries that have legalized its cultivation and management. These are economic, industrial, foreign exchange, employment, and medicinal benefits. Every part of the industrial hemp plant, from the roots to the flowers and seeds, have potential industrial and medicinal properties which can be a boost to the economy of the country. The roots of the hemp, for instance, has immense agricultural benefits such as soil regeneration, soil decontamination, water depollution, reduction in the use of pesticides and herbicides, and carbon dioxide. The roots, leaves, and flowers also provide organic compounds for extraction into oil, dried extracts for pharmaceutical and herbal teas. The stalks may be extracted for fiber, toes, heads, and pulp for paper, construction and insulation materials, biofuels, animal beddings, and textiles. The hemp seed can be used to produce oil seed cake for sewing, foods and beverages, cosmetics, and supplement for biodiesel production. Mr. Speaker, studies in the United States of America, China, Russia, the Netherlands, and other industrial hemp exporting countries also indicate that the cultivation of hemp has a value chain that will create youth employment at different stages of the value chain, thereby addressing the high unemployment challenge in the country. The hemp value chain could include farmers, agricultural workers, researchers, the manufacturers, exporters, and retailers. The industrial hemp-derived products, including CBD, infused goods, could create avenues for entrepreneurs to set up businesses that use the raw material to produce finished goods for local consumption. Mr. Speaker, economically, a report by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development also indicates that the global market for industrial hemp could hit 18.6 billion by 2027. The Brainy Institute has also indicated that by 2032, the market size of industrial hemp will be around 28.7 billion United States of American dollars. The UNCTAD report also emphasizes that the growing hemp market offers significant economic opportunities that all countries may capitalize on. In an effort to address the balance of payment and foreign exchange challenges, industrial hemp, which has a large market size with a potential of reaching 28.47 billion in the next decade, provides a great opportunity for Ghana into the cultivation of cannabis to access the global market. This will help Ghana diversify its economy and end the foreign exchange needed, and to assist the country address its balance of payments challenges. Mr. Speaker, the regulations are meant to operationalize Section 1123B of the Narcotics Control Commission Act, as I've stated, and the basic regulatory purpose is to license the cultivation, processing, distribution, sale, export for sale, and importation of cultivars, grains, seeds, and biomass of cannabis with not more than 0.3 THC, that is tetrahydrocannabinol content, on a dry weight basis. Mr. Speaker, the regulations provide for a strict licensing regime throughout the value chain, that is from cultivation to processing and transportation and distribution. Mr. Speaker, your committee members raised concerns about the legalization of the cultivation of cannabis or hemp due to the public perception that it may result in the use of cannabis for recreational purposes. Experts from the Commission explained that the LI is targeting the regulation and management of industrial hemp and not the marijuana plant, which has a much higher THC content that causes psychoactive or mind-altering effects upon consumption. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it abundantly clear that this is not for the legalization of the recreational use of cannabis. Mr. Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, let me cite Section 137, I believe, Section 137 of the Narcotic Control Commission Act. Section 137 makes it an offense this man. Okay. What did I do? Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's actually Section 37, not 137. Mr. Speaker, yes. 37 provides as follows. 37.1, a person who, without lawful authority, proof of which lies on that person, has possession or control of a narcotic drug for use or for trafficking, commits an offense. And Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say that a person who commits an offense in subsection 1 for use is liable on summary conviction to a fine imposed in accordance with the penalties specified in the second schedule, and an additional term of imprisonment specified in the second schedule if the fine is not paid. So, Mr. Speaker, this puts it beyond doubt that Parliament has not legalized cannabis for recreational purposes, and that anybody caught using cannabis for recreational purposes on the belief that it has been legalized will only be putting themselves into trouble. Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, your committee has recommended that the legislative instrument be allowed to pass in accordance with Article 11(7)(a) of the Constitution after the mandatory 21 sitting days have elapsed. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ranking Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and to make my contribution on the report presented by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, Ghana cannot be left behind in this big economy of medicinal cannabis. Mr. Speaker, gone through an process of presenting the committee's report of 2023 to 2028, making it over 23.97 billion in trade of medicinal cannabis. A lot has been said about to issue licenses for the cultivation and other activities related to ensure that the right people are granted licenses to undertake this very important system. Is trying to promote a certain business within the act, but you find other people trying to cut corners to undertake certain things and evaluation mechanisms within the act and ensure that the right people play within the rules and the regulations.
Defense and Interior, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start by commending such a brilliant report, Mr. Speaker, contained in the section 43 of Act 1019. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after went to the Supreme Court and sought a declaration, and somehow the Supreme Court granted the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the reasoning of the Supreme Court was simply to the effect that this House omitted and by consensus, this House accepted that the proposed amendment this House was unconstitutional. And therefore, the entirety of Section 43 be struck out. This House did not agree with the Supreme Court, and therefore which had been struck out. This round, the memorandum was very detailed, and we only debate when we disagree. When we reach consensus, we don't waste pressure. Done that, Mr. Speaker, I am not sure it would be where we are now, because the legislative instrument has been late in coming, and our failure to pass the legislative and export of industrial cannabis may have caused us some financial we are talking about an industry which has the potential to reach over 28 billion United States next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the export of industrial cannabis, which has become a gold mine for some countries, to show up the economy in this. Said that I would make particular reference to section hemp. Even though the two belong to the same family, there is a clear now with respect to the marijuana that is criminalized under the same act. The THC is what makes humans. When they smoke it, humans smoke it. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okujeto is human, so when so it's the THC, but Mr. Speaker, industrial has a THC THC component of 0.3. 0.3 THC because you won't get high. What is he saying about industrial speaker is the cannabidol is the essential part.
With the regulations, not the Parent Act. My colleague is talking about. He's sending us on a wild chase. And I see that member who is on the floor, he say that when Okujeto smokes, the speaker, he didn't correct it. He said, when you smoke. Mr. Speaker, if you are he said, when he smokes.
Let the record reflect that he means if he smokes. So
okay, he said, when he smokes. Whether but he's used the proper word that if he smokes, but he said he's privy to some information.
Before we proceed, let me that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours, having regard to the state of the House.
That even though the law we have passed for ourselves that this does not make us very competitive, because if you look around places such as Zimbabwe, have found it necessary to up the THC level to 1%. And the THC content to 1% in order to make Ghana competitive. This LI can eradicate youth unemployment. This LI would, Mr. Speaker, properly. 3 billion CDs loan from the IMF would be unnecessary if we streamline the of industrial credit.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute. I support I would also urge all members to support the legislative instrument to complement the act that we passed ourselves in this House, in contributing, I would want to state and refer us to been able to, when it comes to the regulation related we can't pass ourselves out of what is happening in the international. We live in a global world. Is in terms of taking out the negativities that are attached to cannabis and Mr. Speaker, they have made enormous and I don't see what Ghana is doing is any different. We are not reinventing the wheels. The standard and as we all know, legislative instruments, regulations and all that are made so would then take care of all these nitty-gritties to go with the current law. Mr. Speaker, shouldn't be under the impression that Act 1019 has Mr. Speaker, we have streamlined it and we're targeting its medicinal and industrial needs for purpose competitive to the industry. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about just a leaf in someone's backyard. We're talking about if we have our fertile lands here and we support the motion that is on the floor, we have taken that big step, which is passing the parent. Is complementing it, and it is nothing. It's not going to depart from the framework, the legal framework. If you look on page 9 of the report, indicates that the global market for cannabis Japan would hit USD 28.47 billion. Mr. Speaker, on our farms to take a bite of this projection that the United Nations has made. We have to move away from the traditional sources of income or foreign earnings for this country, being gold, being payments or balance sheets. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would want to present it so that we can have the medicinal. I thank you for the great opportunity.
Yes.
For the adoption of this report. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me highlight a couple of matters beating the path on which we are today. Morocco, Mr. Speaker, Rwanda, Mr. Speaker, what is very interesting is that that is why the Banku member on constitutional and of commercial competitiveness, economic competitiveness, we may be beaten to it by countries which is estimated to be worth by 2028 272 in 10 years. Mr. Speaker, the estimation contribution of some material within the cannabis chain and that comes to about 37.2 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, such as we are doing, the necessary industrial structures must be chairman of the committee ably stated. this legislation is not a bandwagon one. It's Mr. Speaker, at page 2 of the report, Mr. Speaker. The committee observed as follows, particularly at paragraph 7, necessity of subsection 3 of section 112 of the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020 class of persons to whom a license for the cultivation of cannabis may be granted. So the law as well, in order to qualify to the license. 2, the classification of the cannabis plants. So the plant it is not those grown in the wild that you can go and nest at your backyard and cultivate and think that the market place where you have to deliver the goods for purposes of its commercial value, that is for industry. The agency set up for this. So it is going to be organized in a strictly if you want to supply is determined in the law. Distributors of cannabis. So to even supply, there are strict legal. So, Mr. Speaker, the point that must be stressed is that if anybody is interested after today, to a wild area in your village and think that you are business because Parliament will be providing the seedlings that the licensed farmers will have to plant. So yes, the issues have been stated regarding the commercial web and all, but I think that as a people, as we develop the speaker, I believe that with these words, I want to encourage the House to adopt this report. I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, but I think the way we speak I heard colleagues make reference to even Zimbabwe. Mr. Speaker, just last month, last year, only 2,500 tons of wheat or the product was exported. Illegally. Where is the control you are talking about there? So the idea that we are doing this and it's going to be under a certain control. It's not going to take whatever he got to the laboratory to test the HT before he smokes and a THC. And none of you already have in this country. Why are we pretending that this is going to solve our problem? Minister, do you even know how many people that the sources we produce are low? We are unable to police the amount of electricity we produce in the country. Talking about this. Stop, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that Ghana is blessed enough with gold, diamond. So the reason we are coming to expose ourselves even to much a risk. Why from this thing to save our economy? That who is coming to solve our economy and save our economy? Mr. Speaker, I believe the court of men is coming. I mean, all the countries you mentioned, which of these countries' economy have gotten better since they started growing? Mr. Speaker, all the countries they mentioned, country, show me the country that has gotten better. Is it Zimbabwe? To the extent that for the first time in my life, I've seen Zimbabwe use and the use of this for medicinal purposes. Fine, but in our country, we don't have a record policing things that evidence that you have the capability in your ministry, I'm not as a person, have the capability of policing this to make sure that since the inception of this bill, even the Parent Act, I did not see any clause in the not a simple clause. You just prescribe punishment. But the problem already exists. How are you solving the existing problem? With them. But I fear for the young people in this country that are already some cities in Canada,
You can see people smoking, walking up, past you. But go and check the number of psychiatric special urge this house to be cautious on this journey. This idea that our economic woes are about to be solved. Coming rather than an economic messiah. If gold, timber, diamond, e-levy cannot solve our problem, so shall it not.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, before the minister takes the floor, I want to make it very clear. My chief refer to weed or wheat. Mr. Speaker, weed has a THC content of 30% maximum. It's nowhere near marijuana or weed in this case. In fact, if the people of are regulating the youth of his seriously getting high, they will not get high at all. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when the minister was moving the motion, it's higher than what we have legalized. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg the chief that what we are doing.
Or you propose to him that we should promote this one at rather than 3.0, or is that we should? Oh, I thought I was giving it to the minister.
Is what I'm cautioning you. We've had a lot of experiences anytime given a power of license. I know you. Do. The point that the honorable member raised is very, very important. We've come a long way, Honorable Speaker. We because the reason I mentioned these names is because when I was young in the 70s, it was unthinkable that we'll be talking about where we are. We need to make sure that knowing our circumstances and the capacities we don't have, achieve will be achieved. Other than that, we'll have challenges. That's all I want to make sure.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
The committee that their report has been a solid one, very well. That have followed have raised several issues, including monitoring, among others. marijuana started reference to Nyaminiba. What are although ignorance of law is not a defense in that case, because let me emphasize that this not at all. The point has been made at nauseam right from the So actually, what we're talking about has not yet, it has not yet that breed would not bring that class, and so can we. That is that we are talking about has not yet been cultivated in Ghana. What is cultivated in Ghana is psychoactive content that makes people go high. This regulation and the law that it derives. Leader, you've spoken. Can we, please, let me emphasize, Mr. Speaker, this country, and therefore the general talk about we should not be the guide for where I come from, which is bitter in our language and bitter in his, has been consumed very. They do not go high. Our people are level-headed, and indeed pass. The bitter passes drug, is there are very psychoactive elements, and secondly, nutritionally, for our well-being is of this whole caution. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, to say that this House has led the is leading the cause, and we shall continue to educate the populace on this matter. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, after the law was passed, they said, Mr. Ambrose Derry, Ganja Master. People, and that's why I took seriously your amendment of that joke on the other side, about an honorable member of this House say that have even honest leader, please. Members of the committee have even alluded to the fact that what exists in other African countries, which the extra precaution that assuming without that is safe to review, we will do so. But for now, let me assure all of you and thank you for your part of the market. Unemployment is a challenge that we need to deal with. And indeed, how much dollars can you earn from that? If we introduce this and enforce it, it will reduce I would like to thank the House and say that this LI will come into force and the negative aspects of B. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before that we call the one you're complaining about, the THC, do they have some resemblance? Look, if can we distinguish between the two?
Mr. Speaker, part of the monitoring
the 30 and the 0.3?
I believe you can. When the plan comes, we'll be able to tell. But what I'm saying, the honorable member on the other side said, it's not just the license. We are telling you what to produce. We are telling
Honorable Minister for Environment, what's your interest in this?
Mr. Speaker, the question you pose, there are so many typically from the outside it will be difficult, but when you test it, then you can test it.
The 30%. Can we create a different name for the 0.3 so we can know that people can relate to the 0.3 rather than the 30.
Environmental conditions. It doesn't grow, in the world. It doesn't survive. Right. If you want to have, yes, please, yes. So normally it is grown in greenhouses. We have it in Ghana now. We don't have it, and it is modified to some extent. Difficult to grow, very, very difficult. So you need a lot of. You need a lot of.
House adopting the report say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Is hereby adopted. Yes.
Item 36 on page 16.
Very well, we are returning to the Ministry of Transport. Motion is
I'd like to seek your permission to amend the total figure from 550 million 32,700. Page 16. That is the Honourable House to approve the standard. $1,705, the service of the Ministry of Transport for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Yes, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Honourable Minister, and in doing so, I would like to the Committee on Roads and Transport met the Ministry on Monday, the 11th of December, to consider and I would like to mention a few of the base observations. Mr. Speaker, $7,099,877 Ghana cedi was approved for CAPEX in 2020. Were giving an explanation by the ministry because as a result of the debt restructuring, donor funding, and because of the debt restructuring, it has also affected the release of the 800 million. Mr. Speaker, you look at paragraph 9.7, the ministry, the committee noted Kotoka International Airport experienced congestion during peak times. The committee therefore urged the ministry to consider the committee also emphasized that such facility will increase parking capacity and also serve as a source of revenue. Budget of the ministry. The committee recommend that the House adopt this report and
to support the motion, indeed the report as presented by we were concerned about how the whole process unfolded. Some understanding. The concern that we have is that where is that variation going to be covered? We will interrogate when affected. Mr. Speaker, that international issues will have to be sponsored by this ministry, particularly yes, electronic vehicle has come to stay, and the whole world over have a face off entirely fossil fuel, entirely. And Norway, for instance, in 2025, the fact our network, the roads network, is being maintained by a fund. The money coming is through fuel levy, and recently been told we're abolished. In the report, it also came to mind that the expansion in the past, we know how STC was very effective and
concerned, many of us, that the services of SDC do not cover many of the areas, and the other aspect of it is the airstrip in various regions. We are aware of the these areas, this space, this property, and the fact that these projects have been suspended, it is proper that we maintain areas that have been suspended. All these projects that have been suspended must be, safeguarded. Maintenance plan or program for all these projects that have been suspended. Otherwise, before we come back and nothing comes in, they would have gone bad again. And that we should put in place a care and maintenance program or a plan so that we can safeguard the integrity that improved, so that the ministry can work and work efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Contribute to the reports laid by our chairman. Mr. Speaker, I 2023, there was massive improvement in the transport sector, and it's important to put it in a proper context. Talking about we got 927 million approved. It's not the best. So we are urging the ministry to make sure that all these releases we all know that the electronic vehicles are going, it's a program that will help us a lot. That is in place, but the awareness creation is very important, because the industry that is going to help us so much. I believe the ministry will have to do much in terms of awareness creation and the route. Yes, these routes you can get them, but you still need buses to move through. We can have the buses for these routes that we are asking them to. With these few words, I believe we should
I'll still give you the chance to talk.
Transport. In doing so, let me join my colleagues in mentioning some few statistics. Of the ministry's budget allocation for the year has been released so far. Actually, 9%. Mr. Speaker, the budget of the Ministry of Transport for 2024 0.01% and CAPEX 54.42%. The Ministry of Transport has been allocated an amount of over 800 million. Compensation of employees has increased, though by 39.74%, whilst capital expenditure has decreased. Government of Ghana funding to the ministry has increased significantly, whilst donor funding for 2023. Page 6 of the report, Mr. Speaker, and 6 point management and construction of airports either in the central region, western region, or in between the two regions. Later, we were told this airport will come on. But Mr. Speaker, as of now, they are saying either central region. Feasibility studies. Minister, you are done with feasibility studies, yet you don't know the specific location for this airport. This is not. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you, is it going to be in the central region, or in the western region, or in between central and western region? You should make it known in your concluding remark. Development of Bonkra Logistic Terminal. In short, Mr. Speaker, the Bonkra Inland Port is 56 point something. But as this work is going, Mr. Speaker, we know it is the ministry through a contractor that is undertaking this project. Never heard of. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising this issue vis-a-vis the Qatar port. I'm raising this issue considering the Qatar port. Why are you not appointing rather Qatar port that feasibility study is not even over, yet you have gone ahead to appoint a CEO. Honorable Minister, page 7 and 6.3, paragraph 6.3, road and management.
office, they have not been able to extend or put up a new regional offices in the new if you may not have the regional office, they should have a registration number. Let's take an example, Savannah region. You may not have. There's no office in Otiri, but there's an office in Hohoi, which is part of that. So, and you want a regional number, you should be able to get it, Mr. Speaker. The minister was quick to mention this house, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may read, in the last year's budget, 2023. Were signed with the selected strategic partner for the home-based career, which will be known. We have not heard about it. To our surprise, Mr. Speaker, we expected that either you will be able to do it for this year or not. This year or by the end of this year, we will have our own home-based career. Unfortunately, or due to ABCD, we are unable to get. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me state here, we really, which was raised, even the chief whip was there. Mr. Speaker, the answer given. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's your report, so you should be asking your report. We should rather be asking you, Mr. Speaker. The house and to be done. You are reporting on the outcomes of that budget implementation. I'll let the chairman explain how come. So you conclude. I'll let the chairman speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on page 9. Mr. Speaker, on page 8, performance for the year 2024. This one, as I said earlier on, Mr. Speaker, the ministry under 7.1 IV procure electric vehicle, the ministry. From fossil vehicles using fossil fuels into electronic, Here the ministry is telling us they are is almost $1 million. The cost of buying one electronic bus is $1 million. The minister is telling us that
budget line to procure these buses. It was never mentioned at the committee that you are going to buy these buses. And you said the is this a no. Mr. Speaker, the commissioning of the Jamestown fishing port. Mr. Completed about a year or two ago, left with only Jamestown fishing port. Minister, what is completed for people. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I also recommend that this house
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion able made by the Ministry. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Transport budgets decrease the country is actually going through, and it is with this that the budget of the ministry and Mr. Speaker, the committee noticed the decline of the domestic aircraft movement from 96, simply because of the increment or frequent increase in the airfare by the Ghanaians to actually use this particular. Mr. Speaker, on the electronic vehicle, about 2 weeks ago, oh yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee actually urged the ministry, because the committee concerned answer that there will be a stakeholders consultation, and the ministry through agencies will actually implement the Speaker, these few words, I want to urge the House to approve the budget for the ministry. Thank you very much.
(2024) budget of the Ministry of Road Transport. Ministry of Transport. Spoken about, and therefore I'm just going to pick a thing about road safety. The road authority safety, road safety is doing its work. They have this program which is they call Stay Alive, and they've been working on it for quite
rate of incidents are coming down, and the severity is also coming down. But they won't see it because best practices in other. Therefore, we should encourage to make sure that the accidents decrease. In terms of the decrease in air travel, yes, it is true that the frequent increase in fares is discouraging. Can afford will use air travel. It will reduce the number of people who actually locations are very far away. The airport, which was mentioned earlier, we need. What I mean is, we need a place airport to travel to Tamale, and unfortunately, from Tamale to Bolga, you may end up spending another plane, maybe 1 hour to Bolga, 1 hour to Tamale. But 6 hours getting to with tourism. Because if somebody is coming into town, he wants to go to for a specific tourist event. So much time traveling between the two places, then it is not, the person may not be very keen. But if he gets plans in Accra, Mr. Speaker, I support the approval of the budget for the mini 2024. Right, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make few comments on the report from the aviation that won the best SOE. Indeed, it's an achievement. You just need to go there and see the way nice they are. Things. And I think it should be an example to other SOEs to learn from that. Mr. Speaker, just to continue, we caution that the track record of the promoters did not show anything that gave the fact that they can run an airline. In fact, all the regional airports we have, Kumasi, none of them. So now on what has come of our so-called national carrier. It's not too late. I can encourage him, terminate it. to which Ghanaians it's done. Even this one, they were foreign promoters. Now, up to now, in fact, Mr. Speaker, to be the minister that operationalize once again the national career. So, what you have done so far with the national career. Report. I'm surprised the minister is still talking about an issue, or maybe he's forgotten that that has already taken place. On I thought the Vice President Commission that in August this year. So which one are you still going to, or you are still intending to? Talking about this. Mr. Speaker, on Buankra is a very strategic. We keep asking. For that logistic terminal to be functional, you need a dedicated railway. So, what is the speed of saying that you commission the terminal this year? When you commission it, what are you going to do with it? You're going to ask taking it to. So this mismatch of we are going to compete one next year. I don't get it. It's the same gap. See. It was supposed to happen alongside a railway line going there. So this is your idea, and then going to the minister. Mr. Speaker, the EVs, electric vehicle, I want to commend the ministry. I read EV in many ways. We are not going to see a day very soon where all vehicles in Ghana will be EVs. But as many our international superstar on environment who have been promoting this. So, Minister, we are looking forward to see the details of your with the landing sites. Colleagues have already said this. The Accra, I know what I made. There were a few things show that the number of carnage on our road and the qualities have reduced marginally. In fact, even if it's further. They have also embarked on expansion to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, even Adaklu has got a national road safety. But the deployment of metro mass or the subsidized transportation is also that goes to the district capital of Adaklu. And until just last week, I was the ranking member of the Road and Transport Committee. And The last time this house took a loan to support STC would be 2015 or so. Since then, to find a way of doing same for public transport.
Before you respond, I have one issue I want you to take into account. Transport General, I say, whether a cargo or human, whatever, is towards providing efforts for each region. If I recall, policy was for but to have some regions without a regional office, I want you to address the plan.
I think that I will seek your leave and come to the house with the policy of DVLA in terms of what our plans are. So if you grant me the permission, I will come with the policy trajectory about what is that we are going to do in terms of at least members of this house. Mr. Speaker, in terms of Ankara, let me thank the honorable member for the honorable the procurement process. Mr. Speaker, at the point in time, we didn't want any government agency to partake in it, but he insisted. A decision that GPHA and GSA should come in and take over. And I can say, today we are 55% complete. And Pricewater did at two most, and they recommended the first 5 years. Yeah, he read the report. He had the copy. He advised me. So I'm surprised that he's saying that without the railway. He has read the World Bank report. In fact, when the NDC government commissioned the World Bank to do the report, they came out with two more reports that the World Bank did. We are going by the report that the Pricewater did. That in the we can use for the railway line. And the railway line will be constructed. Mr. Speaker, in terms of Kita, once again, we had Royal Hansconi to do the feasibility study. He recommended us and even told me that it's going to take about 3 or 4 years for them
states have segregated the port infrastructure into government roads and private sector roads. Is to confront that in which government has also concluded the process. Yes, I need to mention Kita because it is a multi-year transaction. In a multi-year transaction, we need to go through about 3 or that is concerned. So we thank you for your contribution, but don't deceive the general public because I've once again, I've been working with him closely. Anybody at all? Yes, I will respond to him because of the role that the two the tech structure that we have affected this project, and I'll consider. But we are not, our hands are not tied. I also have to agree to his position. You also so I need to assure him that the advice that he has been giving to me, I've been taking it in good faith, and we are working with it. Mr. Speaker, that feasibility study it has been presented to cabinet. What the cabinet is going to accept the report doesn't mean the cabinet will accept it. Let cabinet make a decision on the matter. I'll come to this out and also report. So Mr. Speaker, on the
address me, please.
Mr. Speaker, we don't feel well.
The conclusion of the debate. The question is, all in favor of the House adopting the report, say aye. This Honorable House has approved the sum of 800
turn on to page 7, and we're taking item
members item 8.
The Joint Committee on Lands and Forestry and Mines and Energy on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Lands.
The report is duly laid for distribution to members.
Speaker, page 16.
2024. Motion by the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move as this Honorable House of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st. I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,100,000,000 Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in so doing, from the report. The Speaker, paragraph 7 of the report. $73,985,819 Ghana cedis is an increment budget that the ministry has about 90% increment, and that is largely attributed to some projects to be undertaken to the recovery secretariat for plastic management and launch and implementation of the science and technology and innovation many observations were made, and in respect of goods and services to cater for all its 13 institutes. Out of this allocation, the Speaker and likely to affect the smooth operation of the council. Speaker, conclusion of the report is that we examine programs outlined in the budget consistent with government's agenda towards pursuing growth and development $5,819 Ghana cedis for the Services Ministry of Environment. financial year. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit.
Yes, Honorable.
I want to make some few comments. Mr. Speaker, we are age with the issue of climate change, which requires a lot of innovation. We would have to of the releases. Most of the releases were below there's an increase of about 90%. The question is that this is 403 4 6%. And 1 trillion. Mr. Speaker, if you want to do the science, technology, and innovation, very, very low. Mr. Speaker, we are paying scientists. I believe that on the average, if you want to train somebody with a PhD in the sciences, you don't spend less than £30,000. Start the process, and because of lack of resources, truncate the we are talking about promoting science, technology, innovation at the basic level and wherever. Ghana Education Service is always talking about it. We need to do at this time. Government must rethink and what they are giving. They have done a lot, especially under planting for food. With something more. I'm sure they will help in reducing the food inflation in this country. Which they are capable of doing. Mr. Speaker, I believe that spending a lot in paying salaries without giving them the tools to work with. And therefore, when it comes to budgeting, so that at least
even assessing climate finance, and the fact that when carbon credit is lower when it comes to developing countries. Mr. Speaker, it is because we don't have that is the way to go. If we invest and train our people and they establish the standards, so, Mr. Speaker, though it is inadequate, someone will say, how for do? What can I do? Bring something similar. We will be tempted to throw it away. So the minister takes a second look. Of money, train scientists, you don't give them the tools to work with, and you continue paying their salaries. And
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion before the House to approve a sum of Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st November 2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw attention to $791,904 Ghana cedis for the 2024 fiscal year. $30,806,682 was allocated for goods and services. Mr. Speaker, that amounts to just 1%. 1%. The likes of Korea, Taiwan, Japan, Mr. Speaker, all these mobile phone devices that we use today but Mr. Speaker, if you have to spend this whooping amount of money paying salaries to scientists, Mr. Speaker, even with this 1%, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research has developed a lot of products. Just and also maize varieties, Mr. Speaker, with very interesting names. Resources that they have. They are working hard able to alleviate poverty in Ghana. They have a similar problem where all that was allocated for goods and services amounts to just 1% of the total. innovative. But Mr. Speaker, if you don't give them the tools, the vehicles, for them to be able to visit the sites, to develop, how that will eventually help us develop a nuclear power plant. But Mr. Speaker, according to the ministry, one of the resolutions France came up with was that we should look at nuclear fuel as the clean fuels of the future. We don't we may never get to. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to urge the House to end the 31st December 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Very serious. This is a very serious ministry where Council for Science to move. Research is ruling the world, and research has to rule Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we don't they have a lot of products they are developing and we support from donor partners. But those products are all implementing agencies. There are a lot of varieties of cassava, maize, and they are all sitting at the shelf. Need to promote their product because we are going to get a lot of more yield in terms of the research. Their resources in terms of research for the country. In terms of other research, they are into GMO production. Implementing agencies, and then it is a problem. And as a country, we need, as a house, to take serious look at this. Environmental protection agencies, as an institution, have a role even to play in terms of blue economy, in terms of they have a role to play. They have to do a lot of what? Research in terms of pollution of the sea, in terms of the species. No resources for them to embark on their researches to give us other products. They are only depends on what? Donors, as well as the Mr. Speaker, this is not good, and as a house, we need to urge the Ministry of Finance to increase their resources for special aid.
And the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the House adopting say aye. All approved the sum of 1 billion 100 for the year ending 31st December 2024.